Hello, hello, hello. Always checking to see if things are working. Let's see if they are. First things first, I'm looking at my nifty Nautiloid background. That looks really cool. Secondly, far more importantly, I need to see if the voice is working. Is the audio coming in? Always checking to see if things are working. Let's see if they are. The audio is, in fact, coming in. Perfect. Perfect. Alrighty. I've got the visual set up. I've got the audio working. I mean, that's literally all I could ask for. I had no idea what Sending Stone was until I saw the pic and it jogged my memory. Yeah, it's I think it's a really cool magical item, but unfortunately with every common game I see, it just really doesn't have much of an application because there's someone that can cast a magic and just talk to someone and it doesn't really matter, or you just teleport to people anyway or whatever. I definitely think that Sending Stones could be a lot more impactful. I think Sending Stones could see use. And in fact, actually, I think they actually make really great plot points. I think Sending Stones are fantastic for getting intrigue and espionage, and they're just fantastic in that way, and specifically in regards of in the hands of commoners, or not commoners, NPCs. If you give sending stones to certain NPCs, and your players find these sending stones and are able to track missives or play pretend or get led on through sending stones, I think that's a great way to use sending stones. But that's neither here nor there. Welcome, one and all. Welcome, everybody. Well, depends on the game system. Yeah, entirely depends on the game system. 5e is typically a lot more high magic, high fantasy magic here and there and everywhere for sure, but every now and then it still works. So welcome, everyone. Welcome, one and all. This is going to be a live Q&A where I answer your burning questions, both here in the chat, but if you've got a burning question in regards of something that just needs to be answered, and the only way you can articulate what you want answered, then join the Discord. I will have a link to the Discord coming up now. I think there actually is an invite in the info here. Let me just double check. I think there is a link to the Discord in the chat overall, or not the chat, but the bio of this video. But regardless, I'll post a link right there. Plot hook: a thief steals a pouch and finds one. Somebody calls for help. Exactly. Like that's a great one right there. Yeah, so there is a link to my Discord. But if you want to join in, then more the merrier. How do I get back to? There we go. Perfect. Talk about one D&D. It's timely. Yeah, I literally just got done recording a video on it, and I'm probably going to be making at least one more video on it. But ultimately, from the playtest that we were given, I'll talk about two things as we're starting up this stream here, and I'm trying to get as many people as possible to join in on the live stream good times. Basically, there's two things that came out for the D&D front here. Is one, we got the announcement of 1 D&D, which is essentially 5.5. No matter what stupid name they give it, because let's face it, 1 D&D is a terrible name. 5.5 is here, and it's looking pretty solid so far. What I'll say, basically, they're reworking some stuff. They're looking back on several things and saying, like, yeah, let's change things up. Let's shake it up a bit. And I like that because I've been playing 5th edition since the beginning, and quite frankly, I want to shake up because I've been running the same thing for so long. I of course play other game systems, but in regards to 5e, I find that unfortunately it's been a little bit samey. So, specifically in regards of what we got good old-fashioned race change-ups. Races are getting new features, or their features are getting a lot more cleaned up. In regards to background, background is far more important. Background is the thing giving you your stats and giving you your like little bonuses and features and whatever else. It seems the feats are not going to be as optional. No, in fact, it literally stated in those backgrounds that you get a level 1 feat, like no matter what, which of course means that literally everybody's getting a level 1 feat. Now, I think that's perfectly fine. In fact, actually, I would prefer a point buy-ish system of feats. My problem is I don't want them to just rework the already existing feats in. I would rather them come up with some new ones that are more appropriate to level 1. That being said, though, they have reworked some of the feats that were already in there. And I think that's cool. I think that's fine. Like, reworking some of the feats to be more level appropriate and, more dynamic is a lot more enjoyable. And then lastly there, we got new info about just they're cleaning up a bunch of the rules and also critical hits. That is a big deal. They are changing how critical hits work. If you are a magic caster or if you are a monster, which whatever the DM plays, no more crits. You only get a crit for a weapon attack. And I think that's a great buff / nerf. Because marshals need to stand out. And also, it is just so unfair for the fighter to roll up. They've got a 2d6 weapon. They crit. Oh, that's awesome. Roll 4d6. Yeah. And then you watch as your friend cast Inflict Wounds. And normally they do 3d10 points of damage. But then they get a crit and do 6d10. That just feels so unfair. And not only does it feel unfair, but it just, quite frankly, is unfair because the casters can output more damage than the marshals. It seems to and be level dependent as long as we don't see 3.5 feat trees. I don't think we're going to see feat trees, but I think that there is going to be just kind of linear, like, hey, at level 4 you can get this feature, and at level 8 you can get this feature, but only if you have that feature. I don't imagine that they're going to do feat trees that are super in-depth, because in 3.5, it made sense that there were feat trees because you got feats far more frequently. In 5e, that is not the case. In 5e, you only get a feat once every 4 levels, so it's very infrequent. And you get inspiration, right? Yeah, so inspiration is also becoming a lot bigger of a deal. They're straight up shoving it into the game. Normally, inspiration is something that kind of sits on the sideline and really doesn't do too much because a lot of people forget about it. But they are shoving it into the features-wise of the human gets inspiration every single day. And inspiration goes away at the end of the day. And basically, they're really, really shoving inspiration into the game, which I think is fine. I think the same amount of people are going to forget about it. And I think, the people that care about it are going to care about it. And I think that's that in the story. Alrighty, let me go ahead and try and get anybody in. Oh, what the shit? Stream is up. Join Q&A and join the meeting now. Waiting room voice. Live, okay. Alrighty. Let's hope not. 5e's greatest thing is also its worst. It keeps you in the game. See, I like the handout inspiration out every game, and I even let my players stack them up sometimes right before a larger event. This is good because it encourages my players to take more chances. Also, howdy, boss. Hey, Sean. I like that they were going to be able to give it to someone else. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of fun implications of game mechanics of inspiration. Like, instead of it just being as boring as advantage or, preventing disadvantage, I think that there's a lot more fun nuance you can have with it. I think you can do so much with it. Hi, I can only stay a bit. Have my D&D game soon. I'm the DM. Heck yeah. And I am doing a live Q&A, so if you join my Discord and you've got a burning question, you can hop in the voice and we can get to discussing, and I can help answer whatever dire questions you've got. This is a DM hotline. This is a player hotline. This is a free counseling, I guess. This is whatever you want it to be. Hi, bud. How's it going, Tim? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm looking around, and for those of you that don't know, I don't have exactly the best setup ever. I'm sitting on the ground in front of a couch, and this green screen behind me is not a green screen. It is a green sheet for a bed, and it just so happens to work, so pretty awesome. What's your take on the new D&D stuff announced today? I think it is a decent start. I think, Kelf, yeah, I think it is an absolute decent start, and I can't wait to see what the future of the playtest holds, because unfortunately, like, they gave us a lot. Like, it's one of the biggest UAs they've ever given out. It's like 21 pages or something, but the problem is it's still not enough. Basically, we're not going to be able to comprehend how the system is going to work until we see all of it together. And we're seeing a decent chunk of it, but we're not seeing all of it. Like, we're seeing character creation, but how does character creation stack up to what they're presenting further on for future content? I think the art is going to be more anime in nature. They were talking about making it more modern. I mean, if you look behind me, this is a modern art piece that they just did for Spelljammer. I don't think that they'll go down the anime route. I think they're going to go down this more characterized cartoonish route, which I think is fine. It's definitely not as like gonzo as 4th edition's art, and it's not as super hyper realistic as some other people's art, but I dig it. I just woke up from a nap. Props to you. I can't nap. Can I ask a quick question? What is your opinion on the new races from Spelljammer? I think that they are decent. Majority of them are not new in regards of D&D's existence. Like the GIF, they've been around a long time, and in fact, they were in the bestiaries and, a whole bunch of other things. If you are like an AD&D nerd, then you would have already seen all these coming, except for the Plasmoid. But the Hadozi, they're pretty cool looking, monkeys that glide around, and, now we got Plasmoids, and we got whatever else. And I think they're fine, but what my main issue with them is, I think that if you are a DM and you want to run kind of like a grittier D&D setting, it's going to not feel good if, like, you want to try and run a gritty setting and then your player shows up and says, I'm a monkey, and then someone else shows up and says, I'm a hippo, It's not going to feel as grounded, so to say. But for Spelljammer, I think they work perfectly. So based off today's reveal from Wizards, what was your most anticipated book coming out in 2023? Oh, man, that's tough. So I love Planescape. I love Sigil. It's technically pronounced Sigil by all accounts. However, Sigil just sounds so much better. So, whatever. So, basically, I like that. I'm not a... I know some people are going to really like the whole continuation of Phandelver, but I don't want continuations of adventures. I want adventures to be one and done. I don't want there to be this continuation thing. It's obviously been years at this point. Now it's been like, when it releases, it'll be like 7 years since Phandelver came out. So I think that's okay, but whatever. Then there's going to be a collection of Heist. I'm curious about the Heist because D&D has, a track record, exactly one, of labeling a product with Heist, and it didn't have a Heist in it. so I'll be curious to see how the heist goes. I don't really care about the giant bestiary that's coming out. I just don't care about bestiaries. So it is what it is. So in regards to the 2023 books, I'm looking most forward to, it's either going to be Planescape or it's going to be it might be Planescape. It probably just is flat out Planescape is my most anticipated one. I like it. The bedsheet. Thank you. The monkeys and plasmoids are from Star Frontiers. Way too many animal people in DD for my liking. I'll tell you what. There is far more animal people than there is people in D&D these days. It's just the nature of it. That is just the nature of it. Like the secret of Bone Hill not having a secret. Well, I think, without going into spoilers about the secret of Bone Hill, there is a lot of rumors, and I'm sure you're well aware, Scott, but basically all those classic rumor tables of, maybe it's like 10, 20, however many rumors, and it says true, false, or partially true, and one of those absolutely, a lot of those rumors do seed into the idea that there is a secret to Skull Hill, or to Bone Hill, and I don't want to give away too much though. I like furries. Hey, there you go. I'ma say it. Wish we had more Minotaur bards. Just saying. Well, you're wrong, Drex. You're wrong. Hi, excited for the new content on your channel. Any tips for handling players with high ACs as a DM? How's it going, Brown Bear? As a further reminder, for those of you joining in, I am going to be dragging people in that join my Discord should they desire. I'll go ahead and post up a link to the Discord. If you join my Discord and hop into the waiting room, I can drag you in and you can ask your burning questions live with your very voice. But to answer your question about how to handle players with high ACs as a DM, basically that comes down to a number of factors. One of which is, do they have a high AC because they are trying to game the game, or what exactly is going on here? That's going to be entirely dependent on the situation. There's going to be a lot of different factors going on with that. But basically, the thing to remember is there's a lot of ways to overcome AC without punishing the rest of the party. That's typically the problem. If you have a person with a high AC, the typical go-to answer is, oh, just increase everybody's plus to hit. But the problem with that is that punishes the party because the party just gets hit more. So what I would strongly recommend you do is, the monster goes up to attack the person with the high AC, instead of just rolling to attack, what you would do instead is you can have them make a strength saving throw. As the creature runs up, it just drops a boulder on your head. Roll a strength saving throw as you try to wrestle it off. And if you fail, then you take damage. Someone shoots a firebolt at you. It's not an AC firebolt, it's a fireball firebolt. Roll a dexterity saving throw. The mind wizard blasts you with his mind. Roll an intelligence saving throw. And what I've come to find is forcing players to be reactive in regards of forcing them to roll saving throws on their turn, or contested checks of athletics or acrobatics or, arcane or whatever. That can be a lot more engaging because you can get a lot more players involved, and it's not just a flat, okay, I roll dice, okay, maybe I hit you, maybe I don't. Next, getting that engagement of, hey, the monster goes up and the monster tries to bear hug you, roll an athletics, you're facing off. That's a lot more engaging than someone trying to game it by having a high AC. My players are currently on a campaign where they have abandoned a map to the domains of Dread, leading to Vecna's domain. But to get there, they have to go through a city of doors. Heck yeah, I dig that. Enforce AC rules, put them in extreme climates. If they take great damage, negate it, but your AC drops. Yeah, that's another thing too, is you can go with the classic of chip damage. You can go with the whole, hey, you just got hit by the monster. You can either take the damage or you can negate the damage, but your AC drops by, you lose like 2 to your AC or whatever. Oh, that hits you, but you can sacrifice your shield and your shield blows up. Simple things like that. You can really go a lot of different ways with handling someone that has a high AC, and also, far more importantly, not punish the rest of the party. Never sit there and say, okay, one PC's got too much X, Y, or Z. I'm going to just blanket hit everything. I see that a lot with a lot of DMs complain about barbarians having too much HP, because if they max out their con and they take the tough feat and whatever else, then they just get a bejesus ton of HP and then they take half the damage. Well, the good thing is you don't need to damage people in order to take them out of the fight. You can have them roll saving throws, or else they get stunned, or else they get incapacitated, or they get charmed, or whatever else. So always think about how to, correct a problem without, making it not fun for everybody. Hello, fireman. Try wearing that plate in a desert. Exactly. I was a fan of Icewind Dale 5e. There was a good deal of weather issues to overcome. Absolutely. For the analogous, like my stuff is like analogous to wherever, but if you're adventuring in a specific area, then potentially, the gear that your party has could be a problem. If you could say that, like, let's say if they're in a cold climate, there's no way that they can wield all the heaviest of armors, because then it's going to, weigh them down too much. If you're going to an area where your players have to swim, then there's no way that they're going to be able to swim. In fact, actually, if you check out my video that I released today, that was me holding a 40-pound dumbbell in a pool, and I just sank right to the bottom, and I was just walking. And, that is absolutely, a great way to go. And I've got my first caller up today. Let's bring him in. Bernardo, you are live on Sending Stone. How's it going? I might have a burning answer from you, Chuck. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So are you talking in regards of system or adventure? Can't hear him. Oh no. Oh no. Let me. This is perfect. You're my guinea pig here. You're my test subject. So I get to earphone?
Real life.
Yes, now they can hear you. Perfect.
Oh, good. I can be heard now. Good.
Absolutely. Finally.
So, again, basically, what is the kind of game you want to play? I mean, module and/or potentially, like, maybe different system. I'm just curious, because I know you DM for us in 5e, which maybe the viewer base doesn't know. But, I'm just curious, what is the game you want to play? Because I know you always ask us that.
Yeah, so to break it down, in regards of the game system I want to play, the game system that I want to play over 5e currently right now would just be classic old school essentials, because that is just straight up classic original D&D. It is straight, simple, to the point. And what I really like about it is, instead of having your character sheet bogged down with 20 different abilities and features and spells and effects and whatever else, it's a very organic game in that you start off with nothing, but over the course of the game, you get more features. When you go to save your uncle, who is a world-renowned fighter, then your uncle teaches you a fighting maneuver. When you go to save, when the wizard goes to, loot the arcane tower, they stumble across a book, and that book teaches them some hidden arcane lore, and thus they get a new feature. I find that's a lot more organic in regards of feature requirement versus just looking at, the player's handbook and saying, oh yeah, there's a feat right there, I'm going to take it.
I was just say, because I always felt like 5e, and I mean, you know me, I like 5e because I'm just basic like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like that sounds better than like, oh, I just killed 15 goblins. Now I know how to do 2 attacks per turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You start from common peasant, and it's like, yeah, but now I can do whatever a level 2 sorcerer can do. I don't know any of this stuff. You know that. I just play Minotaurs.
Absolutely, and absolutely, it's a very strange just jump of, oh yeah, we just fought the bandits. Oh, and by the way, now I can shoot a fireball. I feel like it's very, very stop and go kind of gameplay.
Now, is that the Hyperborea? Is that the old school essentials?
No, Hyperborea is something entirely different.
Okay.
It has a bit more of a Conanian feel, as you can only play as humans, and you go into a savage world full of monsters and aliens, and it's a scary game for sure. But it's also very pulpy in its nature.
Isn't old school essentials just humans, elves, and dwarves?
There's a few more. There's a nice healthy variety, but yeah, it is race as class. So like if you play as the elf, you are an elf. But if you play as the human, then you can play as a wizard or a fighter or a cleric.
But it kind of eliminates that, like, oh, I want to be an eldritch elf half-blood orc.
Exactly.
Type thing. Okay, yeah, the worst part of D&D 5e.
Exactly. And then going on to the second part of your question, what module am I looking most forward to running? It is my own creation, and that is of the working title right now is Way Down in Little Hope. And the pitch for this adventure, which, by the way, I'm going to post the pitch for all of my things right now. I might as well. I have a pitch for all of my adventures, and one of them is called Way Down in Little Hope. And the idea there is when the campaign starts, your group gets teleported to the bottom of a dungeon, and the whole campaign is you trying to get out of the dungeon. You start off at the bottom, and you and many other people, like it's not just the party, it's literally hundreds of people are getting captured or teleported here. You basically are at the bottom of a mega dungeon, and you got to crawl your way out. And I'm really looking forward to running that.
May the strongest survive. But also, I just have a quick thing to shout out before you move to those next 2 people that are in line. Mm-hmm. I just want to say to those in our Sunday group, I hope you're all there. I will accept nothing less. Rain or shine, ladies and gents. Rain or shine.
Absolutely.
Trevor, thank you.
Thank you. How is it going? Helping Hand? This is No Fun Allowed, and you are live on Sending Stone. How's it going?
I'm doing good. Wow, I didn't expect it to go this fast.
Well, I absolutely brutally kicked out the last participant. So here's hoping you stay alive for longer. So how's it going?
I'm doing good. My question was, what do you think of sidekicks from Tulsa's Cauldron of Everything? And like, how can you use them online from like on D&D Beyond Online when there's no like proper support for them yet?
Yep. So what I will say is I love the rules on them. I love the concept of them. Something to remember is in original D&D, it wasn't just the 4 players and their 4 characters going off on an adventure on their own. No, that'd be crazy talk. Basically, you would have a flock of henchmen, hirelings, and followers and retainers of NPCs. So it wasn't just the 4 players, it was the 4 players plus, maybe each of them had 4 of their own retainers, and thus it was a nice, mighty party. Now, what I'm going to say is that doesn't translate well to 5e because that'd be way too many. But having 1 or 2, sidekicks along for the ride is a fantastic way to go. Now, what I'm going to tell you is, while you should be the one to roleplay them, at least I believe so, what I'm here to tell you is you don't need to be the one to do the mechanics behind it. What I typically like to do is I tell my players, hey, who's the handler for this sidekick? And that person's responsibility is then to have them do actions during combat. Outside of combat, you do whatever, and the player rolls for them. But that's what I would strongly recommend, is having a player be the one to take up the reins of running that. And what I'll say is, in regards to the mechanics behind, it being on D&D Beyond, the simplest way to go about it would just be to create a simple, mundane character sheet. Like just as simple as possible, because thankfully those sidekicks are simple, right? They're basically like chump, character PCs. They're basically like level 0s or level 1s, depending on how far you are in a game.
Well, that's true. I just really wanted those sidekicks, possibly.
Yeah.
I have another question if you're willing to hear it.
Absolutely.
There's not many artifacts in D&D. Well, there's quite a few, but do you have any artifacts you would like, type of artifacts you would like to see from previous editions come into the newest edition?
That's a good question. I think that when it comes to artifacts, they need to be standouts. They need to be, when I say stand out, they need to be memorable. Now, the important thing about being memorable is it doesn't need to be overpowered. Like, not every artifact needs to be a Hand of Vecna or a, deck of many things, right? Yeah. There can be weak artifact items, but they're memorable. Like, you could have, like, an artifact that is just simply a light bulb that can turn on and off at your will, and you can, like, roll down the hallway. And that's far more memorable than, like, having any other piece of item or piece of random gear. I can't think of any artifact off the top of my head from any previous edition beyond, the cool named weapons, I guess. Like, there are some really cool named weapons in some of the adventure modules. I'm thinking of, like, one where basically, like, you have to go to a fountain and you have to swear your allegiance to a god, and then you have to make a save or die, and if you succeed, then you get an awesome sword that, like, lets you cure wounds every day and stuff like that. Like, that's cool. I think the important thing with artifacts is not only should they be cool in their own right, but there should also be a story tied behind them. Every time your player goes to activate that awesome sword, then they can remember, oh yeah, I pledged my allegiance to a god, and I nearly died, but now I'm in possession of this blade. Like, that's a cool story. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I got for that.
I love that answer. I've only joined during 5th edition, so I've been trying to learn new things.
Mm-hmm. It's a learning process. There's a lot to it.
Yeah. So let's go the other way in magic items. What do you think is, like, common magic items? Like, what do you think should they be, like, strong? Should they be common? Like, you should be able to see them everywhere, or should in magic settings? Or what do you think how you should use common magic items?
My personal belief is I like magic to be magical. I personally like when there is fewer magical items because I feel like less is more. That being said, though, a great way to have magic in your games, but to still make it feel magical consistently, is for it to be fleeting. So, normally in 5e, when you pick up a wand, you've got that wand forever and all the time, because they just work like that. But what if instead you pick up a wand and you tell your player, hey, that wand has 2d6 charges left, roll for it right now. And then they roll. It's like, okay, you can use that wand that many times. And that's that. And you could, and what the great part about having charges to magical weapons is you can give powerful items to a party early. Like, let's say, like, they're only a level 3 party, but then you give them a wand that lets you shoot, I don't know, let's go crazy here. Let's say it can shoot a lightning bolt. Lightning bolt's way overpowered, but if they can only use it so many times, then that's great, because then you can throw challenging encounters at the party, and they are more than likely forced to use those items. And that creates a fun dilemma of, oh man, I've got this magical item, I really want to save it. Is this the rainy day that I use it? Maybe we don't want to use it here, or if I use it here, then it's all gone. What goes on? And creating those dilemmas is a great way to go.
That that was interesting. I didn't expect that answer, honestly. I'm sorry. Let me get my bearings back together. Ah, so if you have time for another question, I'll ask you another one. It's a little
Alrighty.
weird. Have you heard of Survivors from Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft?
I have.
What would you suggest on running like a horror campaign with that? Like, how would you run the Survivor campaign?
I'd run it as simple as possible. Basically, I find that 5e just doesn't do horror well because it doesn't matter how scary the monster is if the wizard can shoot a fireball and the fighter can fall 200 feet from the air and still walk it off, right? I find that horror can be a little bit tough sometimes. So the Survivors is a great start to that. Basically, you get these weak nobodies that have low stats and have less features and quite frankly less options. And what that does is it forces the players to make choices, not the characters making choices. And what do I mean by that? Basically, instead of getting into an encounter and saying, oh, I've got Fireball, if you don't have Fireball, then you've got to look at the odds. You got to say, oh, maybe we have to run. Maybe we have to hide. Maybe I'll try and push someone, away. Maybe I'll try and, use this item in a creative way. So the Survivors go a great way, are a great start to running a horror campaign in 5e.
Oh, that was a great question. I didn't expect to get through so many questions so fast.
I'm short, sweet, and to the point.
Well, Spelljammer. Well, I can go to. Can I talk about Spelljammer right now?
Well, I would like to get Scott in because he's been waiting a little bit.
Okay, I'll let you do that. Thank you for having me.
No problem. No problem.
Well, I will leave the chat. I'll disconnect and hope maybe I'll get on another time during this chat.
Absolutely.
Maybe not. Bye.
See ya. Hello, Brian Scott. You are on the air with Sending Stone, hosted by me, No Fun Allowed. How's it going?
Very good. Yourself?
Oh, I'm fan-frickin-tastic.
How are you talking on air and talking? It's magic.
It's magic.
So my question would have been about encumbrance, how you use it. Is it by the book or you use any other?
Yeah, so when it comes to encumbrance, is the bane of many tables, or quite frankly, it's the most ignored rule of any table. What I'll tell you is encumbrance is a direct reflection of the theme of the campaign. If you are running a hardcore, nitty-gritty survival campaign where your players have to struggle every single day of their lives, then encumbrance, being a large factor of that game, is going to make it feel that much more real, lived in, and fulfilling if they succeed. But if you are running a game where your players are goofing off in town and it's a slice of life and they go and drink at the tavern and then they get into, a fist fight with the thugs down in the alley, then encumbrance just doesn't belong. So what I would suggest is really come to terms with what is the overall tone and theme of your campaign and then work with it. So if you want a campaign where your players are foraging off into the unknown and they're picking up loot and they're just chugging along, then have encumbrance there to some degree. Make them truly understand the implications of their choices. If they basically venture out too far and they pick up, a large artifact, then maybe because they pick up that one large artifact, that means that they can't get any more loot. And then they have to decide, okay, do we want to go back home and drop some things off, or, what's going on here? So my question to you then is, what kind of campaign are you running?
Right. Well, so what I usually do is I don't use it unless it comes up, right? You got that guy carrying the kitchen sink on his back. You're like, no, you can't do that. And then, like you say, if there's a plot hook or, they've stolen like everything in the dungeon, you kind of rein them in. But otherwise, I don't actually use it, to be honest. And even in a gritty campaign. Now, I will say, like, do you have that item on you? Not necessarily are you carrying whatever, but that's the way I do it.
Yeah, I think a great solution is if you want to just hand wave a lot of things, what you do is you just have your backpack full of all the random crap that you've got assigned, but have them all have a quick sheet of what they would have that wouldn't take a full action to retrieve. So
Exactly.
you can do that as simple as having like a sash, and you say, okay, you can have, insert, maybe 3 potions and maybe like a weapon here, a weapon there, whatever. And then when it comes time, like, oh, hey, you know what? I've got a wand, but it's in my backpack. It's going to take a round to get out, versus, I think that also adds a lot of verisimilitude to a game. Because if you have a game where anyone can pull out anything at any time, I find that feels a little too gamey for my taste, but some people appreciate that.
Well, I think it's also, it does kind of go hand in hand with inventory, doesn't it? Because, I have string in the back. Do you really? I don't see on your character sheet. So I think it's important too to, make them write down what they have, and then also like encumbrance goes back to encumbrance. If they say, "Well, I picked it up in the," no, you didn't tell me you picked it up in the dungeon. So all that is very important, right? It's like, so I don't want min max, but at the same time, they pull stuff out of their backpack that they didn't have. So.
Mm-hmm.
It's important at times to keep track of what they're doing.
Absolutely.
No, thank you.
De nada. Alrighty. Let's get Cat up back on the chat, shall we? It can't be argued that while being on the side encourages the sidekicks and minions, I'm terrified. Yes, she runs. Thankfully, she's a caster. How do you change... Okay, from Archer's Friend. How do you change the challenge campaigns if one or more of your players can fly? So, flying PCs is a tale as old as time when it comes to 5e in regards of, is flying PCs overpowered? Now, just throwing a blanket statement on the whole thing of, dungeon design and monster encounters... Basically, the quick answer would be yes, because if you throw a dart at the monster manual, not like the 99% of the time you're going to land on something that can never hit a flying creature, because most of the monsters only do melee attacks, right? And then you take a look at the adventure design and dungeon design, and you'll discover that a lot of times they didn't typically have flying in mind, because flying is typically a resource. Flying is typically you casting a spell, or you activating ability that only activates on a short amount of time. And what I'll say is, real quick, you can quickly, just not necessarily nerf it, but to some degree, I guess it would be nerfing, by saying that whenever it comes to a monster that can only ever inflict melee attacks, maybe just sometimes they can and do some range attack. Like, a perfect example is the wolf. The wolf is like one of the go-to classic ones. The wolf is a wolf. It can only bite people, right? So how the heck does a wolf actually inflict anything against a flying creature without having to shoehorn in, oh, there's goblins that are riding the wolves? Well, what I would do in that case is I would then instead maybe have some sort of other challenge at hand. Maybe the wolf looks at the PC that's flying around and howls at them and disorients them. The flying PC needs to make a wisdom saving throw, or else they have disadvantage on their next attack. Maybe it is the wolf takes cover, and thus flying doesn't really matter because, it's got cover, so it gets like a +2 to its AC or +5 to its AC or whatever. There is some tricks of the trade you can basically do to change an encounter in regards of how flying goes. Now, changing flying in dungeons, that's a whole nother thing, because, let's say that we have to climb to the top of that 300-foot tower and it's going to be an arduous process. Well, I can just fly. Well, first things first. A PC should never be on their own ever at any given point at any given time. And what I'll say for that is they shouldn't be out on their own in the wilderness or in a dungeon, because if they get hit, they're screwed. You know, the PC that flies to the top of the 300-foot tower, you know, that's cool that they get to the top of the 300-foot tower, but if there's a monster waiting there and they get ambushed, then they're dead. You know, so right there, always presenting a dangerous world that basically and reinforces that going off on your own is bad. That's a good start. Now, flying in dungeons, usually this goes in line with traps and navigating terrain and all that fun stuff. You could simply say that when a flying PC, usually like an Aarakocra or whatever the frick it is, you can usually say that, oh, hey, maybe this place is too small to have a wingspan, and thus you couldn't really fly. Or, oh, there's downward winds, and thus you can't fly. Or, I'm trying to think of other things off the top of my head. Or simply you could just have it be, hey, in a dungeon, you can only fly once per short rest, or tie to proficiency bonus, or tie to any number of factors. If you've got a player who is of sound mind and is willing to compromise with you, you can lay forth a fair ruling and say, hey, it's not, you know, flying is just straight up ridiculously strong. Let's make it fair. And you can make it, of course, a feature instead of it just being flying willy-nilly whenever. Maybe they can only fly, you know, the once per short rest, or only fly once every number of times, X, Y, and Z. You should do something along those lines. And most important of all, you know, talk back and forth with the PC or player. Because if the player is only taking a flying PC just because they want to feel overpowered, then, of course, that's a whole separate issue you got to contend with, right? So that is my solution there on changing the challenge. I wouldn't do terribly too much to change the campaigns. I'd more deal with the player. My players always kill off their hench people. The worst. There's something to consider is if your players are always killing off their hench people, then people are going to hear about that and not want to work for them. So they have to do something incredible to change public opinion of them. Sacrifices will be needed. Remember, even the rich can afford magic, so not all magic items you find in the world are going to benefit the common adventurer. Say bicycle that pedals on its own. I dig that. Big fan of consumables. Fun fact, a fully loaded necklace of fireballs can unleash the equivalent of 10th level fireball. It's a good way to piss off Mistra. I played a system with inventory slots and did a great job making you think about inventory management. One of my favorite games that involves inventory management is Mouse Ritter. Mouse Ritter is a very simple one. You've got a very simple character sheet. I made a vid about this the other day, my top 10 favorite tabletop role-playing games. But you have a very cute character sheet, and you've got a very limited selection of things. And it makes sense that you go out to adventure, you use some of the items, you retrieve some items, and you come back. I really like it. Put more flying creatures. I've been needing to add an inventory for item players too. Knock them prone. Flying creatures tend to get hit by arrows, many arrows. But once again, that harkens back to a lot of monsters just don't have that option. And it feels really shoehorned in if like every encounter is, oh hey, there's a guy with a net. Oh hey, there's a guy with an arrow. Oh hey, there's a magic user that shoots at, you know, people in there. It feels a little bit cyclical. Question from Brian Scott's Game Night. What do you do about players that are tardy a lot? Talk to them. I think that there really comes down to there are people that are tardy because they have real life issues and they have things going on in their lives and they've got people to interact with. And unfortunately, a game is not the top priority. And then there are other times people are tardy because they simply don't respect the game time enough, or they don't respect the other people at the table. If you have one of those people that has true life going on, then like reward them for even showing up in the first place. Absolutely say, hey, oh, that's awesome. You were able to show up. That's great. Great to have you. and make them feel super appreciative of the time that they get to spend with you all at the table. Now, if you have players that do not respect the game and do not respect the time and the most important of all, the people at the table, they just show up because they feel like it, or I've got nothing better to do, might as well show up to this game. Then that's a serious issue, because when it comes to us human beings, you only ever want to interact with other people that respect you and your time. And I personally don't like interacting with people that don't respect my time and don't respect the other people at the table. So you should absolutely talk to that individual and say, hey, why are you tardy? Are you tardy just to be tardy? Are you tardy because you don't care? Is there something I'm doing wrong? Is there something another player is doing wrong? There may be a reason why they're showing up late other than they don't like you. Maybe that could be, oh, hey, I've actually got a problem with player X, and it's kind of a little awkward between us, but we didn't want to bring it up. That happens all the time. Sometimes you do have to sit down and get to the bottom of a problem, but, the unfortunate part is you're going to have to bite the bullet. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to talk to them and figure out what is their reason in the first place. If it's a issue that's out of their hands, once again, greet them with kindness and fairness. If it's an issue that is a bit more personal, they need a personal hand. The one problem I have with Witchlight is the fair race being in the book and there being a bunch of stuff, flight negates also in the book. Yeah, so, going back to the whole flying thing, flying should absolutely be a resource, and it is a very strange addition to say, hey, there's characters that can fly. I like when it comes to swimming, like there's characters with swim speed, but no one ever complains about the characters that have swim speed, even though swim speed makes you like doubly better than anyone else in the water, right? So maybe that was their thinking when they had flying races and whatnot. But yeah, I once again, I strongly recommend that you straight up say, hey, like flying just isn't like cool. It's not conducive to a fun dungeon design. It's not fair for everyone else that you get to shine a lot more often than everyone else. And thus you should make it a resource. The equivalent of flying in D&D is a 3rd level spell that only lasts like 10 minutes. And it costs concentration. It's either 10 minutes or an hour, I forgot. But fly is an incredibly powerful spell, but at the same time, it's fair because it's a resource and you're concentrating. If you can just fly for free, it's not even comparing apples and oranges. It is, flying race just absolutely outweighs the fly spell in every single regard. And I think the fly spell is perfectly fine, fair, and fun. So, talk with your party, with your players, and say, hey, maybe flying just is too powerful. Flying needs to be a resource that can only be used so often. I just start the game on time. When they know you're not waiting for them, they tend to show up on time. Yeah, I do that as well. I really like to I like to start games within like 5 minutes of my allotted time, and just say, hey, like I'm starting this game at 4:00. We're playing at like 4:05. Be there or be square. I do a soft start and a hard start. If everyone's there and ready to play, we may start early, but a hard start, I go no matter who's there, unless no one shows up. Well, the real trick is you say, hey, I don't care who shows up. Even if it's just me, I'll play the game by myself. There you go. That's the real trick right there. Great answer. I actually had problems with them showing up on time. I give out XP reward if they show up on time. Yeah, never punish players, ever. Never, ever. Never punish players. Reward players. You catch more flies with honey. Helping Hand, you're back on the air with Sending Stone, with your host, No Fun Allowed. How's it going?
Hello, it's going good.
I didn't expect to get back anytime soon.
Well, you're back.
Uh, so, should I probably should ask some more questions?
Alrighty.
What do you think of attunement? Like, do you think there should be no more non-attunement magic items, or do you think it's fine where it is? I've heard different answers for that question.
I mean, it always comes down to the individual strength of the item, because there are some items which should be attunement and aren't, and there are attunement items which shouldn't be attunement items that are. Mind you, attunement is brand new. Attunement didn't exist until 5th edition. And the way it was balanced before was that, basically PCs weren't individually as strong, but 2, you couldn't stack items anyway, so it didn't really matter. 5e, characters individually are so kitted out with so many features and traits and abilities and, whatever else, that attunement needed to be there because there's quite frankly just too much. So I think attunement's in a good spot right now, but it always comes down to your campaign of how many items are introduced. There are some, people that run Monty Hall games where within a few sessions, everyone's already at their max attunement slot. And there are other campaigns where you don't even get to your full attunement slot by level 11. So sometimes it's feast or sometimes it's famine.
Okay. What do you think of feats on backgrounds, actually? Because a lot of people have been complaining about that in my personal groups, and I'm like, I don't think it's much of a problem. I think it's a good thing, but some people are really mad about it.
Well, I don't know if you've seen, but today's new D&D 1 D&D, whatever terrible name that they call it.
I saw that.
Basically, that is going to be the norm starting from now. Your background gives you a feat. And the reason why background feats was a big deal was because not all backgrounds gave you feats. But if everyone's background gives you a feat, then I think it levels the playing field. But some people are going to argue that there's too much features going on, which I certainly would agree with that sentiment, that there's too many features in the game right now, especially if you get a feat at level 1. But it adds to what is currently 5e's direction.
All right. Are you willing to talk about anything what happened on today's stream? I didn't know.
I'm making videos about it, but I'll answer those later once I get done with some more questions.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that before I asked any questions to make sure I didn't bump into anything, which you're possibly doing. For mundane things, when are not magical, mundane armor and stuff, and mundane swords and stuff, would you ever think we should expand on that more, or do you think D&D has enough as it is right now?
So I like the low level range of levels 1 through 4, but I think that a lot of people don't, and that's the only time where mundane items would be there, like mundane weapons and armors. Yeah. So I personally like it, and I have also worked into some things. I've added different armors and different weapons and different abilities that affect said weapons and armors and whatnot. But quite frankly, just the way a lot of people like to play these days, that really doesn't matter because people just want to skip to the magic item bit.
The reason why that question, if you don't mind me telling you about that, is I noticed when I was looking through mundane items from D&D Beyond, they were adding some other mundane items, what is that book? What's that school book called? And brain fart.
School book.
School
School book. Are you talking about Van Richten's?
Not Van Richten's. Let me quickly find it real quick. I'll pull it up. Strixhaven.
Oh, Strixhaven, yeah.
They added a stronger alchemist type of fire called Alchemist 2. So I was wondering, if they're gonna ever think they will improve any of those things and improve So I was
Maybe.
like thinking maybe that would be interesting. Maybe they can go into higher levels.
Maybe.
That was my main question for that. Do you think there's like a limit where it gets really hard to like play players like in levels? Like, what's the hardest thing to in level D&D when D&D characters get in high levels? What's the point where it's too hard to play? Personally.
I personally I've DM'd the whole gambit of 1 through 20, and what I'm here to say is past 11th level, there is just a lot going on in regards of the spells being thrown, and that's the sad part. Is it's purely just the spells being thrown. Like the marshals, it doesn't matter what they do because they're doing the same thing that they've always been doing. But the level of complexity in spells just gets way too high and bogs down the game to a certain degree. I think it's perfectly fine if you want that high level nature of the game, but I would definitely contend that past 11th level, the game gets a little bit too much to handle for a lot of people, and I think that's perfectly fine. I think that ending an adventure at level 11 is a really solid place to end. Games don't need to go to 20 every time.
That was a great answer. I heard a lot of people who said like some levels are just too hard. Some people say it's 13. What's the maximum you should go? 11. I just heard many answers and I was curious.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty.
Do you want to go to another person?
Yeah,
for
let's get Epsilon.
Okay. I'll see you if I come back.
Okay.
Bye.
See you. Epsilon in out. How's it going? This is No Fun Allowed on Sending Stone. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm fan-frickin-tastic.
Awesome. Well, first, thank you for all the content that you put out. I can't tell you how much it's helped my Strahd preparation and game. So that's
well. Thank you for enjoying said content.
And the question I have, so I'm a few sessions in to said Curse of Strahd campaign. And
let me ask you this: Are you going to go into Curse of Strahd spoilers?
I will not.
Okay.
I will not. But I have a player whose RP seems to fall flat with the theme, and like it really doesn't mesh with like the theme of the campaign, just in the way they're interacting with NPCs, and and so far it's not like a problem, but I don't foresee that kind of RP or the way they're behaving towards NPCs ending well should it happen to the wrong ones. Do you have any suggestions on how to steer that either in or out of game without like straight up telling the person, hey, this doesn't work?
Yeah. So as always, I always advocate never punish players because that doesn't solve anything. But that being said, punishing characters is a whole different line. So what you're saying is that if the PC continues to act this way, then they're going to get their comeuppance.
Yeah.
And I think that's perfectly fine. I think that, if the, toddlers are eventually going to stop trying to touch the oven if it's hot. And at the same time, the player is going to potentially not have their PC act in a certain way if it means that something bad happens to them. Or far more importantly, if something happens to someone else. Curse of Strahd definitely is great for this because whenever you suffer from your own problems, you suffer the ramifications of your own, misdeeds, then you can say, oh, if I walked away, then no harm, no foul. But if someone else suffers for their discretions, then it has a lot more impact in the world. It has a lot more impact in regards of, oh, hey, something happened to someone else because of me. And that might get that person thinking. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that they are maliciously acting in this way just to get a rise?
No, I actually think it's more the person, the player, not like you know how everyone tends to play themselves eventually?
Mm-hmm.
This is something I've experienced with the same player in games I've been a player with them and as a DM. So it's more like, you know, the way you're going about this, it's probably not the work, but I don't think it's malicious at all. So
Okay. And then let me follow that up there with when you said, hey, like I'm running a Curse of Strahd game, did you beat over their head that you want a, gritty horror kind of setting and feel and tone and theme? Or yes?
Yes, absolutely. That was a big theme of our session 0 and probably the final 4 sessions of our Witchlight campaign. As that was winding down before we jumped into it, I would keep reiterating, hey, this is going to be a horror themed campaign. Bad things will happen to your players. I had them all create 2 characters at session 0 just to almost reiterate, like, this is a hard campaign.
Yeah. So then I'll harken back to what I said before. It's just one of those learning pains that some people do have to learn. Some people want to act out a certain way, and it's not necessarily because, like you mentioned before, it's not malicious. It's just that they don't know any better. And sometimes the only way to learn is to see the ramifications of their actions.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like the idea about having it be to someone else, either like one of their beloved NPCs or something like that, and maybe it can work as a good character arc for that particular player too. Like they come in one way and kind of realize like, oh, that's not going to work, and have to move it along. So
Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
No problem.
All right, well, keep up the good work, and hopefully I'll talk to you later.
Alrighty, thank you.
Bye.
Alrighty, let's get caught back up on chat. Give players inspiration when they show up on time. Or with snacks. I dig that. I like attunement. In fact, some of it might be harder to attune. I'm stoked on the UA that came out today. I am too, Andrew. I am too. Sam did the same thing, BT Dubs. I know. Sam did the same thing yesterday. If players regularly do not show up on time, talk to them. If that doesn't work, kick them out. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there is a sad, gosh darn cold truth to this world that some players just aren't going to mesh well with your party. Specifically, they're not going to mesh well with your table. And sometimes you got to kick them out. I've unfortunately had to kick players from my tables, once or twice. Or, I guess, probably a lot more than that. But that's neither here nor there. After about 8th level, 5e becomes super powerful murder hobos. Yeah, 8th level definitely is a nice little power curve there for sure. I saw 4 6th level characters kill a Planetar in 3 rounds. Yeah, so that boils down to the fact that 5e is not balanced for a party of, insert X many number of players to go up against one monster. Singular monsters just don't work in 5e. Singular monsters either need to have terrain, layer, or other minions acting as an opposing force against the party to even it out. One of my players in Curse of Strahd decided to be a Triton finance bro who always bragged about how many shells he had back under the sea. That's actually pretty great. Okay. Jokesters die early in horror movies and experience horrible deaths. Sometimes it's the way it is. Wow, no fun. Yeah. Hey. Didn't turn out too badly. The other players think it's hilarious. I had players who didn't want to encounter a dragon at all. I said, well, the word dragon is in the game. So what I'll say to that is, when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons, dungeons should be frequent, should be fun, should be fair, should be, in the game. But dragons, on the other hand, I think dragons are a lot more special. If you have dragons, consistently, they lose their specialty. Dragons are supposed to be these mythical creatures that are larger than life and are able to, alter reality, essentially, because they can change the world with their deeds and actions. And so, to the same degree, if you have dragons, just your players are dragon slayers, they kill dragons, every 2-3 sessions, whatever, then dragons just lose their touch. They're not special anymore. So I'd say, you know, keep dragons to a minimum if possible. I'm still here. How's it going, Fireman? Dungeon Master's question. Which supplement is your favorite? From Sean Pinky. Which supplement is my favorite? So supplement, I believe if you mean supplement, then it probably goes along the lines of not adventure modules, but specifically like, you know, other things of like Xanathar's Guide, and then I guess also like setting places. I think, man, I really like Xanathar's Guide a lot. I like Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft a lot. So between those two, which one is my favorite? That's a tough one. I don't know. That's a really hard toss-up between Xanathar's and Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. The other things. And as a further reminder, with these sending stones, if you join my Discord, you can join the voice, and I will get you in to talk to me, so we can discuss whatever questions, concerns, comments, complaints, gripes, or whatever else you have. Because I'm all ears. Thanks for your time. I'm Epsilon. No problem, Andrew. Prof Pone, I'm a dragon. Yeah, you are. Speaking of which, we need to go over my character before Sunday. Yes. So basically, I've got a little thing for your character. I'll shoot it over to you by tonight or by tomorrow. But you've got some fun, unique little features and abilities and whatever else. So there's that. My old Tyranny of Dragons players deaf or more dealing with dragons by the end of the campaign. Yeah. So I think having like a bombastic ending to a campaign, like where like by the end of it you're going up against a dragon like every other time, I think that can be fine, but there can always be monster fatigue. Going up against any one monster for too long just is always gonna become a little bit of a drag. If you're romping through the Yeti terrain mountain and you're fighting Yetis every other session, or not even every session, like every single session, then Yetis get tiring. I personally want to keep dragons as special as possible. You literally being all ears would be horrifying. Like a bee here. Question, downtime. How important is it? Entirely depends on the campaign. What I'll say to downtime is super impactful for adding verisimilitude to a world where you're running a campaign where time continues on. But if you're running a campaign where, hey, you know, in-game, this campaign's only going to last like a month, like in-game specifically, and you're going off and you're fighting, you know, you're delving into the dungeons, and then you got to move on with the plot, and then you got to go, you know, teleport to another plane of existence, and then da-da-da, this and that, then downtime doesn't really matter. It's downtime is really telling of the kind of tone, theme, and setting that you're trying to sell. And, if you're running one of those campaigns where your players regularly go back to town, then it's great. It's absolutely fantastic. Your players get to see the change of pace in the world. Your players get to feel their sense of progression as they, go off to make more gold, or they craft, or they, go off and... whatever, they talk to people, It's a great way to go about selling the world without making it feel sold. Because when you tell your players, hey, you're in town, what do you want to do? That's a lot more freeing than saying, hey, you're in the dungeon, you need to press forward. Well, the whole point of the story was it's part of the campaign. I've had a Vampire the Masquerade players that didn't want to suck blood. Yeah. For Vampire the Masquerade in particular, that's a great way to kick off a game of like, hey, you're vampires now, you need to suck blood. What do you do? That's a great twister right there, because if you don't drink blood, then you get negative effects, of course. So, that's a great kickoff to a Vampire the Masquerade kind of campaign. And just looking around at a whole bunch of things. When did I start? I only started an hour ago? An hour and change? It's not even that bad. Darn, you took my question. Sparkle in the sun. So, Prof. Bone, for if you don't know, Vampire the Masquerade, you are not the Twilight, happy-go-lucky vampire. No, you are a vampire who basically can't go out in the sunlight, and pretty much that's it. You have supernatural powers, like you don't just have strength, you also have like magics, and how you level up is going to infer like what kind of vampire you become. And that's a huge part of it, is like basically the whole game is figuring out what kind of vampire you are. Are you going to lean into the clan dynamics? Are you going to try and take over your town? Do all that fun jazz. Top 5 favorite subclasses. This sounds like a Dungeon Dudes video in the making here. Actually, you know what? I'll write that down as a potential video here. Top 5 favorite subclasses. Champion fighter. No. Me as someone who's not a player that often, I don't particularly care all that much, because it's not the subclass that makes a character. It's the character that makes the character. But my top 5 subclasses off the top, my favorite subclasses off the top of my head would be something along the lines of Battlemaster Fighter, because of just the sheer variety and versatility. Next up, I guess we'd have Shepherd Druid. I don't know. That's a bit of a tough one. Shepherd Druid, because no, not Shepherd Druid. What am I saying? Oh man, gosh dang, that's so tough. I legit am not a player enough to know subclasses. Any initial thoughts on all the new info released today? Yes, I like it. Do subclasses take away from play? No, they can add, but not necessarily is what I'll say. Sometimes they can, sometimes they can't. Alrighty, let me get Helping Hand in. Helping Hand, you have returned to Sending Stone with your host, No Fun Allowed. How's it going?
It's been going good. I saw like no one was waiting in chat, so I decided to wait again.
Absolutely.
So I have a question about a campaign my friend suggested, but I didn't know how to do it, so I ended up not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a town builder campaign.
Ooh.
Yeah, they wanted me to do like a campaign where like they build up a town, like and maybe even make kingdoms. But I'm like, I didn't really know how to start with that.
Yeah, so purely from the 5e official lineup, there is absolutely no base building at all whatsoever. There is literally like rules, like there's a whole 2 paragraphs on, oh hey, you can buy a fortress for 400,000 gold and it takes like this many days to make. But other than that, there's no town building or base building or anything. There is plenty of great third-party resources, and there is plenty of non-D&D related resources, but it could actually be retrofitted for D&D. What I'll say is, if you wanted to make a town building campaign, I would do simple numbers. I would do straight up like, hey, like it cost 1,000 gold to build this 2-story building, and then it costs 4,000 gold to build that kind of sort of building, and so on and so forth. I would round off the numbers to make life simple, and also far more importantly is the NPCs would be the ones making life go good.
That's an interesting answer. I'm still thinking about like what I could do for like a city builder, but it was like took me so long that I couldn't really think of anything. So
it really depends on what kind of like theme you're going for in regards of, is it lighthearted like a joyous romp, or is it like, yeah, you're trying to build a town on the fringes of civilization and you've got to deal with troubles and problems. There's a lot of ways you can go about it. I think if you like leaning into like the troublesome woes of like, oh yeah, you're in the middle of nowhere and you have to like scrounge for resources. You have to delve into dungeons to get the resources, and you gotta, get all the monsters out of the forest to get the lumber and stuff. Like, though, that would be a pretty easy sell, I think, and would be a great way to plug in some time.
Yeah. So, that's my first question. My second question is, what is your, do you have, a process you go when you homebrew a, have you ever homebrewed a written campaign? And if so, what is your process of doing that?
The number one process of homebrewing a pre-made module is to read it and figure out what sucks. Because sometimes it's a little bit tough to read something and figure out what sucks or not. But sometimes you'll read it and be like, wow, that encounter's garbage. Wow, this NPC's boring. Wow, this monster is OP. Sometimes you'll be able to read between the lines relatively quickly. And when you go to rewrite it, for running your own game, the number one process for me is, how can I make this a way better experience for my players? And I've done this a number of times in regards of, bumping up encounters that were, way too easy, or nerfing encounters that are way too hard, or, making an NPC a part of the game that typically isn't part of the game. And, basically, there's a nice little laundry list of things there, but ultimately it comes down to never, Brian Scott said it perfectly, and I always harp on this. Never run anybody else's module. Run your own module. Because no one can run your module, and nobody knows your players like you.
That's an interesting answer. I like that answer. So I'm trying to think. What was that? I had one more question. Oh yeah. Are you still willing to talk about Spelljammer yet, or is it going to be your videos later?
I'll make a few videos on it, but ultimately, I think that the Spelljammer stuff, it kind of, it doesn't do what I wanted it to do, but I think that's fine. I like spaceship combat, and I like moving the ship on a hex grid, and I like going to other planets, and I like zooming around and stuff, and I'm already like writing up my own content for that, because it seems that the Spelljammer material doesn't do all of that, but what's there is nice. It's got a cute adventure, it's got a cute bestiary, it's got a cute few new set of player options.
I had one monster I wanted to get your opinion on in Spelljammer, and that was Zodar, I think it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that is?
Let me double check. Zodar. I can't recall off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't recall.
Zodar is I thought it was a good DM tool because of how open-ended it is. The monster, honestly, it can only speak 3 times in its life, and does a whole bunch of other stuff. But if you don't really know much, if you haven't looked at it yet, I'll let you have that as a surprise.
Alrighty, mind you, Zodar were in the original Spelljammer, but I don't know much about what they've done for 5e.
Oh, okay. What is the best way to start a combat?
Roll initiative.
No, start a starter combat, the first session, combat.
I mean, honestly, I think one of the best ways to start a campaign is to say, hey, as we pan into the scene, we see the 4 of you in the tavern or out in the wilderness, and the monsters creep out around you. as we look around, roll initiative, and then on each person's initiative, then basically like, okay, so describe your character. What does he look like, and how do they go about doing what they do? And it's a great way to basically panel each player to everybody to see how they go about doing their deeds.
Well, that. Have you seen Biz Bands yet?
Yes.
I'm just switching out. Have you read through any of the gem what is it? It's the Undead Gem Dragon, I think it's called.
I've read a little bit about them, yeah.
What would you ever use them in like a campaign? I wanted to try to figure out Draconic Shard, it's called.
Yeah, I'd consider using anything in a campaign at some point. Although, admittedly, I don't know if I'd ever, like, I wouldn't always use a monster like how they were originally intended.
I just had an idea of, like, for Draconic Shard, so I was like wondering if you had like any ideas for it, but
I mean, just using monsters to subvert expectations is always a great way to go. Like having a monster be the battery source for a machine, or having the monster appear weak but then becoming strong, or it being strong or appearing strong but then being weak, it being tied to the cosmic forces at hand, it working with the party, working against the party. Always comes down to the individual monster, individual like setting scenario that's going on. But I always like trying to make monsters not always what they appear to be.
I always wondered like that, like wondering how you like run monsters and stuff, like how you run them, because I'm running a lot of games, and as a GM, I barely get to play a little bit, so.
Oh, I know that struggle.
Yeah. If I would ask you, like, do you have any advice how you could play more games? But like, you are a constant GM. So.
Well, what I would suggest is I'm constantly running one shots in my Discord, so you can always check those out.
That'd be nice. I'm on your Discord now. I just couldn't figure out actually how do you sign up for one shots into your Discord.
I'll have it all posted up in the info, but I've been running them out of the Summer Games channel there. Basically, just sign up and play when I've got games posted.
Okay. There's like a theory going around a while back that they're gonna end 5e, like the proper 5e, with Vecna. What do you think of that?
I think that one would be pretty fitting and awesome, and really tie in with the whole Stranger Things hype that's going on. But I don't think that they are going to end 5e, because I think that they would be afraid of losing out on money. With the introduction of D&D 1, or 1D&D, I was such a terrible name. Yeah. With the introduction of 1D&D, basically they're trying to emphasize, hey, like D&D is like all encompassing, and what I imagine is over time, what the 5th edition we know now is going to be like a pale reflection of what it's going to be in a few years, and it might still be compatible, but with some tweaks. But I imagine that they're basically just going to constantly evolve on top of 5th edition and not move on to a 6th edition.
So that will be interesting to see in the future.
Oh, yeah.
What is your favorite campaign setting? Like, out of the official campaign settings, like Eberron, Sword Coast, Ravnica?
I'd say just Forgotten Realms. Forgotten Realms is a kitchen sink, and it fits so well. There's a lot of things going on with it. It's It's just got a lot of strength behind it. It doesn't lean into the gonzo wacky fantasy. It doesn't lean into super sci-fi. It doesn't lean into anything of that sort. It kind of just leans into the classic D&D fantasy that we've known for so long, and I think it works well. That being said, there's some other D&D settings that haven't been made yet, like for example being Planescape, which it will be coming, and that'll probably be my top contender right there because I really like Planescape. But there's some older settings, but like for example being Dark Sun. Dark Sun is a great old setting, but it wouldn't translate well to 5th edition because Dark Sun was about a hardcore gritty world, and 5e just doesn't do hardcore gritty worlds as well as original or advanced D&D.
Did you ever play Dark Sun? Just a quick question, because I've heard a lot of people like hyping it up, and I'm like,
haven't gotten it to the table yet, but I really want to. I've got all the documents from the AD&D days, and I definitely want to run a little bit of that because it looks like a great time.
So let's see. That's about all my questions, actually. I could try to ask you some random ones if you want.
Well, let me get caught up on chat real quick. Chat's been going on by.
Yep.
Need to pay attention to those lovely folk. Alrighty, let's take a look here. Oh my gosh. Lolo H, how do you do D&D sessions? Do you do D&D sessions? Yes, I do. I absolutely do D&D sessions. Yeah. There really isn't too much to go off of that. Yeah, I absolutely do D&D sessions. I actually run a bunch of games. I run one-shots all the time. I run full-blown campaigns all the time. I got a lot going on. Hey, No Fun, how are you? I'm good, Tim. The Frontier. Oh, classic stuff, Pone. I have a question. How do I kill Prof Pone but as Minotaur Angel Bard? Well, it's simple. You can't. He's too strong for you. I love to have a ton of paperwork for my players to do, so they have to get a ton of licenses and stuff in order to sell anything. Fair enough. You say that like I'm not an angel. Have you ever played 10 Candles? If not, I highly recommend. I have not played 10 Candles. I've heard it's great, and I looked at the rules a little bit, but unfortunately I have not gotten it to the table yet. Just not something I have gotten around to. Dragon, greater than angel. The Lord was mighty. DD5e has many examples, like Waterdeep and Phandelver for a start, bring cultures and life to the city with purpose after. Yep. Never run a module, yep. Especially with Curse of Strahd. Spelljammer in space, no one can hear you scream. Yo, Poneless, Big Brothers in space. I'm not a fan of these astral elves with their hive mind trance. It is a little bit creepy, isn't it, to have a hive mind trance? For those of you joining in, you can join in on that Discord there, and I'll pull you in for some one-on-one time with Sending Stone. Always have the potential for somebody to die. Always. Goblin Ambush from Lost Mine of Phandelver. Oh, man. That's a killer right there. Mineral Dragons would be great for a Psionic campaign. Make level 1 and 2 adventurers fight 2 trolls? Sounds fair to me. One D&D has Zune energy. One D&D sounds like Thought Police. Can't have gritty for the princesses. Listen. 5e isn't for princesses. It's just for people that want a high action octane, pulpy, style. There is no one system that does everything and anything, right? Like you cannot have there's literally no one system in the world that literally hits every genre, tone, feel, theme, setting, and does it perfectly. 5e does what it does well. It just doesn't do everything. And that's honestly the problem, is that because D&D, specifically 5th edition, is the gateway to so many people showing up to the hobby, they don't know any better. A lot of people show up to D&D and think that D&D can solve all your problems, but it can't. And people do need to spread out and try other game systems to get that sort of genre that they want. You know, like, a perfect example is Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu is a fantastic recommendation for people that don't want to play in a fantasy world, but want to play in a world that feels dangerous and real. Because you can set Call of Cthulhu in any time period, and you go off on an epic adventure and, you know, do what it is that you need to do. And then, you know, but if you do want D&D, but you want it to be super duper complex, and you want bigger numbers, and you want character creation to be even grander, then go to Pathfinder. And if you want D&D that is a bit more streamlined and a bit more, you know, classico, then go to old school D&D. And if you want, you know, to roll different dice, then go to Forbidden Lands or go to Mothership or go, you know, so many different game systems. Let's play Pathfinder. You know what, Pone? I'll certainly consider it. But I've got a lot of games on my mind. Good Rules can do anything. They just don't want to market towards that. I mean, I'd be hard pressed if you can show me the one tabletop role playing game that can do anything and everything, because I haven't seen it personally. Like I said, I've seen a lot of game systems that do a lot of things well, but I haven't seen any game system that does everything well. If you want gritty, try Alien RPG. Easy AF to die fast. Yeah. I haven't ran Alien myself, but I've ran Mothership, and I really like Mothership. Mothership is very much so, you know, horror in space and scary, and you can die, and, you know, a whole bunch of great stuff. Prof Po, no! Rises. Easy D6. Easy D6, huh? Fate. You know what? I'll say this about Easy D6 because I'm the most familiar with those three. Is, you know what Easy D6 can't provide for you? It can't provide that super crunch that you want. That's for sure. Can't provide that, you know, spending 5 hours making a character and then, you know, having plus 27 to hit, and, you know, it doesn't provide that. That's another part of the problem too. Is, you know, there is at this point like I think supposedly there's like 100 million people in the world that play tabletop role playing games, and the unfortunate problem is a lot of us want different things, and that really sucks. While it's great to have the variety of, you know, like, oh, hey, like, because there's a whole bunch of people showing up, there's more systems. What you get is, I get this all the time. I get people that show up to my table and they want something different. I get people that show up to my table and they want that super duper hardcore gritty, not gritty, but the super duper hardcore role play where we're spending 17 hours role playing. And then sometimes some people just want to fight 2d6 orcs in the next room. How's it going, Kelf? This is No Fun Allowed on Sending Stone. How are you doing today?
Not too bad, man. What's going on?
Oh, I am fan-frickin-tastic. I'm just answering questions, talking to chat, and having a good time.
Sweet. So I do apologize a bit for my voice. It's hoarse.
I can promise you I've heard infinitely worse voices than yours.
Yeah. So the question I have, and it's kind of like a two-part question, especially with today's announcement of the 5e kind of evolving into the one D&D system, whatever that's going to be. What is the general advice that you would have for new DMs and players? Like, what is something you wish you tell to each new DM and to the new players to kind of give them a leg up as they, you know, go off on this adventure?
So my general piece of advice would be to not look at everything. Because, if you looked at where 5e was, at this point nearly 7 years ago, the only thing you had was the player's handbook. And life was simple. Flash forward today, now there's 39 5e books in total. Mind you, half of them are adventure modules, but still. Even looking at all the supplements of character options and feats and races and classes and subclasses and whatever the frick else, that is overwhelming. So my recommendation is to start small. Start off with that player's handbook and then eventually start working your way out. Because whenever I see a lot of people get introduced to 5e, they're always told this blatant lie of, oh yeah, 5e is simple, 5e is easy. 5e is not simple or easy. It isn't.
It's easy. It's easy once you've been in it for 7-8 years.
Exactly. So my recommendation is start small, and once you get comfortable, once you start feeling it out, oh hey, now I know how to play a fighter. Now I know how spellcasting works as a wizard or as a druid. Now I know how I can choose feats at this level. Then eventually you can start. You can then start branching out a bit more. But start off simple, right. Keep it simple, and I promise you, simple games are a lot more fun than super duper overly complex games.
Yeah. Okay. So specifically to DMs, because I mean that's awesome advice for an across the board thing. But if you were specifically to a DM, what is the one piece of advice that you would give to a DM, not even necessarily new, but any DM out there? What is that one piece of advice that you wish DMs did more or could hear, something that they need to hear?
Yep. So one thing I'm going to say real quick is my tagline for this whole stream is I'm going to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. And what everyone needs to hear is, as a DM, you are going to suck. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You as a DM, you are going to suck. The first time you rode a bike, you fell. The first time you DM, you're going to suck. Just the nature of it. And what ultimately comes down to is it's okay to suck. But what's not okay is to continue sucking. When you first start off, you've got your leeway because you're first starting off, okay, you don't know how this rule works, or you don't know how to get players to move forward with the game, or you don't know what dice to roll, and X, Y, and Z. But eventually, somewhere down the line, if you do not wish to progress, if you do not wish to move forward and become a better DM, then that's bad. Then you are a bad DM. You're not a bad DM in the beginning at all. But later on, if you continue with your practice of not improving, then you're a bad DM. And that leads into the second part of that is you will never be a perfect DM. You will never be the best. You start off incredibly sucky. You will never get to the finish line. But so long as you move to that moving field goal all the way on the horizon, then you are a good DM. You're a good DM if you recognize your faults. You're a good DM if you pick up on what your players are putting down. You're a good player if you bother learning and caring.
All right. Well, hell yeah. That's some great advice. Sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
So one question though, before I leave. I want to thank you for doing this. I absolutely love this format. But the question I have is, of all the characters, be that PCs or NPCs that you have made in the past, which is your favorite?
My favorite NPC I've ever created was a henchman, or I guess he was more like a retainer, named Gerald. Gerald is this loser kid who's maybe he's like a 20, 21-year-old kid who sees the party of adventurers and he says, "You guys are cool. I want to be just like you. Can you let me be an adventurer with you?" And inevitably, what ends up happening is, because the group is at that point advanced, they're anywhere between like 5 to level 7 or whatever. They all say, yeah, we're getting recognized for our talents. We feel awesome. And this guy is literally living proof of us being awesome. So Gerald joins the party. And I've ran this Gerald character many times. And every time I run him, it's always great to see how the players take on the role of responsibility and also take on the role of mentorship. Some groups fight over Gerald because some groups want Gerald to be an adventurer like them. So, like, the fighter wants Gerald to be a fighter. The druid wants Gerald to be a druid. And then you have other groups that say, you know what, Gerald? Because you're going to be an adventurer like us, we want you to flesh out the party. We don't have a person that uses a bow. Why don't you use a bow? Even though no one else in the party uses a bow, Gerald takes on his own, fruition.
Now, sorry, please continue.
Well, I was just going to finish it up there by saying Gerald is like this analogous character for, like, this is a specific character, but having the character that shows the player's competence and the character's involvement in the world is a great way to get the players to reflect on their awesomeness.
Okay. So in that particular scenario of, this NPC who's kind of fawning over the party, how would you handle in that situation that player? Do they operate as a hireling? Are they like with the sidekick stat block? Do you actually flesh out a character sheet for them? And then from there, is that something that you are bestowing upon a player to manage, or is that something that you yourself manage?
Yeah, so kicking off with the character sheet there, I've actually ran it multiple different ways. I have ran it where Gerald is, or, insert whatever retainer, has their own character sheet, and they are special and unique. And then I've ran it other times where they have the simple stat block of, with sidekick. And then secondly, what I do is, for Gerald in particular, I always have Gerald be anonymous to the party in regards of I run Gerald as in combat. But then if one person in particular becomes their true, mentor, then they would control Gerald in in combat. Mind you, I'd still roleplay as them, but I'd just have them, rolling the character sheet. And I think that's a great way to go about saying, hey, because you are taking the role of their mentor, here is the character sheet. It's like a physical way of showing off their level of,
connection,
leadership. Yeah.
The main reason I asked that is in one of the campaigns I'm running. They have a goblin who has taken a spellcaster sidekick role, and he is partnered with the wizard, and they are learning how to change spells to their particular elemental affinity. And I feel like in a lot of cases I have that situation where I'm rolling up monsters and enemies and whatnot, and then I'll be going through and I'll get to that NPC, and I'm kind of like in that moment, like, should I be the one doing this anymore? Because for longest time it has been I roll him in combat. So would you recommend? Is it your advice to hand it off to a character?
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, that also reiterates the whole thing of, hey, you are taking on the responsibility of that character and also the character sheet. So there's both in-game and out-of-game implications. I think that's very symbolic and great.
Awesome. Yeah, I think I'm going to reach out to that player, talk to them about that, because I think that's a great way to kind of bring those two characters together. And I know that his interactions with that NPC are really important to him. So, but yeah, thank you. I like I said, I appreciate you taking the time to do this show. This is a great format, so thank you.
Thank you for tuning in.
All right, have a good one, man.
You too. Alrighty, let me get caught back up on chat. What have we got here? There's always the one that got away. What is your favorite memorable Forgotten Realms adventure you never had due to your players' choices or perhaps a campaign ended too soon? That's a tough one. Because I, unfortunately, am one of the many people who has ran campaigns where it didn't get to the finish line because, life happens. The most memorable Forgotten Realms adventure I never had, I guess that would just be Prince of the Apocalypse. Every time I've tried to run that adventure, it just always fizzles out. It is like clockwork magic that campaign always is cursed. Always. I don't know why. Prof Pone, I like epic fantasy. No fun prefers low fantasy. Dang straight. And the reason for that is because I like magic to be magical. And I find that magic is easier to be and, more importantly, feel more magical when there's less magic floating around. Well, I liked weird fantasy, but low fantasy is really good. I put brakes on some magic, especially in 5e. Everyone who is currently amazing at anything sucked at one time. Absolutely. Yeah, he won't let us play artificers or necromancers. I don't have artificers in my 5e games. I take out counterspell, good berry shield. Jordan has his videos on this subject. Other stories out there too. But what do you think of the Black Obelisk are leading to? What are your suspicions and theories? Here's my theory. My theory is that the first 2 or 3 Black Obelisks they had in Adventures were literally just there as a cute homage. And now they're filling it in and saying, oh, there's definitely going to be something in return. I'm probably just going to lean in toward Vecna because Vecna is such a cash grab at this point because of Critical Role. Vecna is an incredibly iconic character to D&D because most people that have been playing a long time know of the classic Vecna Hand and Vecna Eye. But even without those, now that we're getting a ton of new people to the hobby, and a lot of people watch One Critical Role and 2 Stranger Things, Vecna is just such a great cash grab of, oh, hey, if we release, Vecna Returns, the new adventure module, people are going to be soaking that thing up. So I'm definitely leaning toward Vecna. They're gateways to Earth, that's my hope. That'd be pretty cute. Opinions on the Lazy DM series. So I have actually interacted with good old Lazy DM Mike Shea on numerous occasions. I've actually done a video with Mike Shea, and I think that the content he puts out is great. I really like the Lazy DM product style and feel, and he really hits upon the important bit of being a DM that sometimes you get a far better product if you just keep things simple. If you just write down 10 simple things you want to see in your campaign in the near future. If you write down a small list of, oh, hey, how do my players, need to achieve this goal? Having tiny little list here and there goes an incredibly long way. So, opinion on Lazy DM series, I think it's fan-friggin-tastic. I blame the Lord of Lance Rock. You know what? I think the Lord of Lance Rock is, without a doubt, one of the greatest villains I've ever ran that only lasted 5 seconds. Because so many villains I've ran that have lasted a longer time are all but forgotten. But the Lord of Lance Rock, I ran that guy for 5 minutes, and he is still talked about to this day. To this day. So, Lord of Lance Rock, he's a goat. Less is more and form follows function. That's 4 years of art school has taught me. Yeah. Speaking of art, I want to go down the controversial route here because why not? For those of you not in the know, just recently there's been an explosion of artificial intelligence art, AI art, AI is a bit of a subjective term, but I'm not going to go into the nuances of what is and what is not artificial intelligence. But recently, AI art has been popping up like crazy, and the AI art is fantastic. The AI art is pumping out incredibly new, beautiful, and sophisticated pieces of art in minutes. Things that would take real life artists very much a long time and more importantly money to recreate. And that the fact that there is AI art now existing and people can buy this AI art for like incredibly cheap, like you can buy like into AI art for like $10 a month, and you get like hundreds of pieces of art like every single month. That is causing quite a stir with some artists. And I've seen a lot of like back and forth between, is AI art fair? Should be legal or illegal? Is it theft? And also another funny thing that's also sparked because of this is photography art. I saw like a lot of people, basically debating, is photography art, yes or no? And it's just causing it's very scary time. It is a very scary time for a lot of artists because in the near future there could be the possibility that we don't need people sitting there taking hours or days to make an art piece when I can just type in a prompt on a machine and it pumps out something in minutes and it pumps out something better. And this is causing quite a bit of a stir because me personally, I'm poor. For those of you that don't know, I'm poor. I'm sitting on the ground right now. I'm not in a chair. And as a friendly reminder, this is not a green screen behind me. This is a green bed sheet that I'm hanging up from my frickin' ceiling. So, me personally, it's way more within my bounds to buy into an AI art project, get hundreds of art pieces in the span of minutes, versus hiring an artist that costs a ton of money that takes a ton of time. So, it's a very interesting debate on whether AI art should be a thing or not, and what are the ramifications of it. How's it going, Brian Scott? This is No Fun Allowed on Sending Stone. Send it.
Well, I wanted to talk about the art thing because you're really hitting on a very important part. At the beginning of the 20th century, you mentioned photography. Photography was such a shock wave through the art world. Like you said, they were thinking, is it art at all? Will it replace art? Nobody will do a painting ever again. And of course they did. I do think we're at this cusp where the video or the AI stuff, it's real good, but it's still not good enough. But of course, 10 years time, it's going to be very good. I mean, it'll be just where you can say what you want, and it will be of a level that you don't even have to type anything in. It's going to be that way very soon.
And it only gets better every single day as more people put into it.
Right, exactly. I think, though, what it will never replace is the artist's desire to portray something, to get an idea across. That cannot be replaced. I do see, though, where it will make the artist, we'll say the traditional artist, it'll make the traditional artist obsolete in the way he fulfills the art world now. In other words, like do you want a project? Do you get an artist to do a piece? No, you're just going to put it in the computer and it's going to shit something out, right? So that's going to be an issue. But I think of like the Monster Manual, the original AD&D first edition one, where I just do not see. I mean, the AI will create something that is like it, but it will never create a original thing like it. You know what I'm saying? In other words, Trampler's vision was unique at the time, and certainly somebody could copy it now. But I don't think you're going to see AI, at least not in this few decades, where it's going to be able to create something wholly original, right? It's working on something else that is non-experience. So I see it. I think I'm so glad you brought it up because I thought the same exact thing when I first saw this AI stuff. I'm like, it's real scary, but at the same time, I think it's very much like, the more things change, the more they say the same. Just like as the camera was thought it was going to replace painting, I think this idea that it's going to replace the artist, I don't think it will ever. I mean, it may replace it a lot. Why pay an artist when you can just make it up yourself? But I think, especially like if artists, do these, they're online, they're showing their stuff, and they're always going to have audiences, right? So I think it's just going to it's going to change a lot, but it's not going ever. You will never get rid of that artist. That's my opinion.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I couldn't type all that. I couldn't type all that out, so I thought, I have to get on again.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But that's just my. I mean, I don't really know what else to say about that. I mean, it really is. Something's always going to replace the last thing, right? In anything, in art and in life, we've had this. I mean, you look back, talking about art still. The modern era changed art so much, right? You had the industrialization of the world, and art went from a religious, it was religious themes, it was backed by the church and all that, and then it became, the artist gets to do art on his own. He wants to paint apples, so he's going to paint apples, or whatever. And so we've now gone to this next step with this AI stuff, where it's not just I do, one of the interesting things about this is the AI is going to dumb us down a little bit, right? Or not even just dumb, not only just dumb us down, but it's going to make, why are you picking up that paintbrush? Here, let me do the painting for you. So there won't be, it will be a repression of sorts in the distant future, definitely, right? It's going to kill, I mean, you always have those artists who will do art, but for the masses, it's going to kind of kill it. And I can see that coming up. I think that, though, is probably 20 years away, probably, just from seeing what's popped up right now. I mean, some of it is very good, but you got to have very high AI there, right? It's not for the average person. The average person, you type in some stuff and it looks like a mumble of stuff it picked up off the web, that sort of thing. So we're at the cups now where we're okay, we're sweating a little bit, but I can see where all this technology, not just the art thing, but it's dumbing us down, making us weaker in spirit and mind. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, anyway, thanks. I had to put that my art student,
Absolutely. It's a very important topic to discuss, and I don't think there's any one right or wrong answer as of this current moment. We're all just waiting to see.
There's never right or wrong. It's just what it's going to be, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we can look down 30 years. Oh my God, the AI is going to take over, and we're not going to be able to think for ourselves. That will be bad, but it will also be what it is, and you either circumvent it or you accept it. But to say, this is nothing, we can't say that. I mean, it is nothing right now, but in even 5 years' time, a creator like you, or I assume you're a creator, I can't remember, but a creator of these games, why would you ever pay somebody to do, if it's really extravagant? If you can recreate something really nice, why not just buy the monthly AI thing and be done with it, right? So, but for that, I think we're still about 20 or 30 years. You'll still have just like in the music industry, there's still people pumping out music, but they're doing it in very different ways and styles. And the very old ones, like Madonna, who's now like 65 years old. She, that's so. It seems so ancient now, right? And these artists are going to try to keep themselves relative. I think that's about 30 years though, because we'll still hold on. Hey, this guy, he illustrated the 5th edition dungeon player's handbook. He's still around. He's still doing art. That's going to be the discussion in the future there.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll let you go. But that was my I had to just step in.
For sure. Alrighty. I'm about to bring Kat in for a second, but let me just get caught up on chat real quick. It's the same as the camera. When cameras came out, yep, did the same thing. It leads an echo in the Matrix. Hello, Melinda. I feel the same great source of fleshing out the world in our games and real-life event by running perhaps a revolution in the Merchants District. It calls awareness to real-world events. Kind of like people making music on the computers versus using a guitar. Yeah, and then why would you bother playing a piano when you can play a computer? Why would you bother singing when you got autotune? Things like that. Alrighty. Kit Kat, you are on the air with No Fun Allowed on Sending Stone. How's it going? Oh no, is your mic busted? I feel like the same thing was happening to you last time with Steely Sam. Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can now, yes.
Oh, hi.
How's it going?
It's going great.
You're live on Sending Stone. Send it.
Oh, hello. Yes, I had a question. I'm a new DM. Well, not new. I've ran a whole bunch of one-shots, like 200 of them. And I'm getting ready to do my first campaign. And I'm not really used to DM prepping, and I don't really know how to do that. I mean, I have like my first session prep, but I don't know what to do beyond that.
So we can break this down into two categories. When you prep for an adventure, when it's a stop and go, you run for however long you run the campaign or the session, and then you go on. Next week you play the next one. There's two things you want to prep. You want to prep for what you want to run, and you prep for what the players want. So first things first, when you go to prep what you want, I seem to recall you mentioning Icewind Dale, Realm of the Frost Maiden is going to be the game, right?
Yes, I'm actually starting this Saturday.
Yeah, so first things first, so with Icewind Dale, that's perfect because you're running an adventure module. You go to look at what you want your players to do, and you prep that, and you goad your players to doing it. It's as simple as that. You say, hey, oh man, you know what? I really like that dungeon. I'm going to give them seeds to that dungeon, and I'm going to make it alluring, and my players are going to do it. Now, number two here, this is the important one. Prep for what your players want to do. So with that, after every single session, after every single one, instead of saying, all right, good session, bye, and then running away, instead of doing that, you end the session and you say, all right, gang, that was fun. So how are we feeling right now? How did you like this session? And where do you plan on going from here? And what you do by doing that is a number of things. First off, by asking your players, hey, where do you want to go from here? You are, one, getting pertinent information that makes your life better for prepping. But two, equally as important, you are getting them to think about your game. There is, unfortunately, a sort of issue you can run into where when you run games where people just show up to the game because it's game night. And they don't think about it. They just simply say, oh yeah, we show up to the game because it's game night. That's the end of the story. Asking your players, hey, where are you going from here? What is the direction you're taking? What NPCs do you like? What NPCs do you hate? What is your goal here? Getting your players to think about the game outside of the game makes the game that much better. And also, far more importantly, from your DM perspective here, you say, hey, gang, all right, you're traipsing around Icewind Dale. Where do you guys plan to go from here? And then one of the players, perks up and says, oh, actually, because we got that quest hook, I really want to take that up. And then all the other players agree, and you say, perfect. And you prep for exactly what they told you.
Okay. Got that. Give me 2 seconds to grab a pencil.
I've got my handy dandy paper and pencil in my hand too.
Well, I just got on Discord and saw you were on here, so Okay, my next question for you.
Yes.
So you already know I'm running this campaign.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so my group is very combat heavy.
Go on.
And I am a DM who does a lot of RP. So what's the balance in that?
The balance is, if you have a group that just wants to fight 2d6 orcs because it's fun to fight 2d6 orcs, and you want to basically have a narrative focus and desire in mind, you marry the two. No longer do you fight 2d6 orcs because it's time to fight 2d6 orcs. No. You are fighting a named character that has a purpose, drive, function, and motivation in the world. You are no longer getting into random encounter number 7 for the day because the book calls for random encounter number 7. No. You are getting into a combat because it furthers the story. You're getting into a combat because your players pissed off the wrong person. Your players are getting into combat because your players, rub someone the wrong way. Your players are getting into a combat because they have to reach an objective far away and they need to deal with the problem ahead of time or run away. You basically make combat not just the, oh, hey, it's combat time, let's reduce the enemy to 0. No. You go up against enemies that matter. You go up against a idea. You get into combats that are more than just, oh, it's time to reduce enemy down to 0. And that is just, it's going to come naturally as the campaign goes on. If your players, say something wrong to, a cultist, let's say, then the cultist can then start messing with them. And there's a narrative focus behind it. And not only that, but also, far more importantly, during said combats, you have, if they are, intelligent sorts, like humanoids, then they basically, as they're swashbuckling, they're, talking and saying, hey, we're it's time to die, and if you surrender now and join our god, then good things can happen to you. And you'll actually be surprised. Sometimes, every once in a while, your players will really pick up on you saying offhandedly, hey, don't fight, don't kill me, I can give you a good reward in the middle of combat. Or, oh, hey, if I can actually show you the way if you just lay down your arms right now. Throwing out roleplay, putting roleplay into the combat narrative makes the combat that much more rewarding.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me see. What was it? Okay. So, I'm running this campaign online. And I'm really good with Roll20, but the other people want to use D&D Beyond and roll in a roll simulator versus using that. How would you recommend managing that?
So there actually is a what do you call it thing? There's an add-on that you can get that basically marries D&D Beyond to Roll20.
Okay, what's that called?
I believe it is. Oh my gosh, totally blanking on the name. I will certainly get the information soon, like after I'm done doing the stream. But I want to say it is. Is it Better Roll20? There's some sort of add-on. I genuinely cannot remember the name off the top of my head, but there absolutely is a thing you can do which basically links your D&D Beyond account to Roll20, and when you roll a dice in D&D Beyond, it rolls it in Roll20.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I will. I mean, if you yeah, like I said, I had to like search through it or Google it. There's a lot of people who use it. I know.
Well, I use Better Roll20. I've just not heard of that.
Maybe it's not Better Roll20. I genuinely can't remember the name off the top of my head, but there absolutely is that add-on, and many of the people I play with use that instead of using just flat Roll20. Beyond 20. Thank you, Andrew. It is called Beyond 20 is the name of the add-on.
Is it free?
Yes.
Free. And sweet. Okay.
So you can basically get them to all get it and make your life simple by having basically, instead of having to look in like 5 different directions, you as a DM who is super busy with so many different things, you can just be staring at Roll20 and make your life simple. Because as a reminder, as a DM, you know, your job is to make life as simple as possible.
That's simple. That's the key word, simple. I don't know. The rest of my questions are more strictly module related. So.
Yeah, so what I'll say is if you want to delve into the spoilery territory, I will pop up a spoiler thing on screen, but if you that's entirely up to you.
Well, I mean, I could always ask that at a later time. Too.
Oh, you know what? I'm famous enough that I just got a sex bot in chat. Time to ban them. How do I ban these people?
I don't know.
Definitely don't want to make them a moderator, that's for sure. Remove. Oh gosh, how do I report? Boom. Well, I figured that out. Yeah. Gosh darn, how do you freaking hide user? Does that work?
There you go. You got him.
Perfect. Huzzah. My first sex bot. They only got 5 messages off.
Hey, do you feel special now? Your first one ever. Okay. What was my next question? Okay, so I'm running this online, but I have a player who's not going to be able to talk on Saturday.
I mean, as long as they are competent enough to type, do you see that as an issue or no?
No, they're pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, you know, when you get people that can't always be lickety-split on voice communication. But, you know, I think it's perfectly fine. to have someone who types out the responses?
Yeah, they just got their wisdom teeth out, so.
Oh, then it's only a temporary problem then.
Yeah, it's only temporary. Only temporary. But yeah, no, most of my other questions are strictly Icewind Dale related.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
De nada. Alrighty, let me check out chat now. Chat, what do we got here? The Dread 2d6 Arcs. Evan M. Hey, any tips or tricks for someone who's about to run Tomb of Annihilation for the first time? Yes, Evan. What I will tell you is that is my baby, so you better not ruin that adventure. It's the best adventure. You better no. What I'm going to tell you is the tips and tricks for running Tomb of Annihilation is you need to talk to your players and ask them straight up what kind of adventure do they want. Do they want a truly hardcore hex crawl mode engage where they have to, roll to get their resources and roll to get lost, and you play out each and every day as you roll up random encounters? And do they want that game? Or do they want a game where each session they trek through the jungle really quickly and show up to a cool dungeon or a cool locale and deal with the problems there? Or anywhere between? So my first tip is to ask your players straight up what kind of game do they want and tailor it. And then secondly, my trick for running Tomb of Annihilation is to make Port Nyanzaru a great place for your players to return to. Some people run Tomb of Annihilation where they just go out into the jungles one time and that's the end of story. But I personally recommend running Tomb of Annihilation as a campaign where they're in Port Nyanzaru, they go into the jungles, they come back, drop off their loot, and go back to the jungles and repeat process. I think that's a lot more of an enjoyable campaign. Poor kid. Hi, all. Hi, poor kid. Sean, I'm proud to have been a part of this moment. Thank you for, my proud moment of getting rid of a sex bot. Rule their character has picked up a random no-speaking curse. That's actually pretty cute. Loriander! Wow. All right, so Loriander is my first ever subscriber. Years ago, close to 2 years ago now, Loriander was the first of my now 8,000 subs. So Loriander, how's it going? Thank you so much. You're the one that kickstarted it off. You started it all. Poor kid. Tomb requires really good old style play with imagination and being very, very careful. Oh yes. I'll tell you what, it doesn't require you being very careful, but if you aren't very careful, then bad things may occur. Bad things may occur. Alrighty, so how long I've been going? I've been going for 2.5 hours. I'm actually still feeling pretty solid, though. I'll go for a little bit longer. I'll go for like maybe another 30, 40 minutes, maybe. If I keep getting people that are interested in talking and joining the Discord and doing all that fun jazz. As a friendly reminder, you can join my Discord, hop in the waiting room, and I can drag you in, and you can ask your burning question to me. Good to see you thriving. I'm thriving and living right now. I don't know if you can tell, but my YouTube's doing pretty decently. I've got 8K subs. That's not terrible. 8.6K subs. That's pretty decent. I'm putting out a bunch of videos, putting out a bunch of content. I'm working with a whole bunch of content creators. Things are going pretty swimmingly right now. Things are going decent. Things are looking up, Chuck. I also just put out a video today, a short, and it immediately got like 1,000 views, which was pretty cool. I did a video on me going into the it's just me in the pool, and I'm holding a 40-pound weight, and like I'm just walking around in the water. So that was pretty good. Oh my goodness. Still have not moved on to call. Still have not moved on to call. Are you talking about you haven't moved on to call? I am genuinely curious. Spellhammer versus Starfinder opinion. Yeah, I figured you meant Jammer. So my opinion is that Spelljammer is D&D and Starfinder is Pathfindery. Basically, I have no qualm against the Pathfinder system. It's just not something I've personally gotten into because I just haven't personally gotten into it. I've got a bunch of other game systems going on. I know a lot of my friends are into Pathfinder. I just haven't gotten into it. And I think that Starfinder is good. I've literally heard nothing but good things about it. But then again, a lot of the people that play Pathfinder are very, very enthusiastic about their own system, right? I think that they one thing I'll say is they do definitely hit different tones of like kind of setting. Starfinder is a bit more like on the sci-fi side than Spelljammer. Spelljammer is a bit more on the fantasy side. So I think they're both decent. They both do different things, and I think that's perfectly fine. Call of Cthulhu. Oh yeah, so my channel has not moved on to Call of Cthulhu, but I have actually just recently put out a video, and it included Call of Cthulhu because I put Call of Cthulhu in my top 10 tabletop role-playing games that are not 5e. I thoroughly enjoy Call of Cthulhu. I do enjoy me a good call, but yeah, just my channel is gonna be mostly just about the analogous tabletop role playing game and D&D kind of thing. I got like something stuck in my teeth, even though I haven't eaten hours. How's that possible? Maybe it's just like a bump on teeth. I don't know. I enjoyed it. We'll have to do it again. Heck yeah. We talked about doing a lot more with COC. Yeah, I definitely want to make some Call of Cthulhu content for sure. I like Call of Cthulhu a lot. I really dig it. I'm going to be running some games of it on my Discord pretty soon. I'm going to be hopefully making some videos on it. I'll probably make some shorts on it because shorts are really simple and great to do. But yeah, I enjoy me some good old Call. You mean you don't have hours to create a character? Well, that's the best part. As DM, I don't have to worry about creating a character. I'll DM Pathfinder. I just personally just haven't had the inclination to do so yet. It's funny, one of my buddies just recently, he started DMing a Pathfinder game, and he is basically like, he's been talking to me about like the thought process behind certain mechanics of Pathfinder versus D&D, because he is actually running Tomb of Annihilation by using Pathfinder 2 specifically. And basically, it's easy enough to like say, okay, there's a T-Rex. Yeah, I'll just use the T-Rex in Pathfinder. But then there's other things that need a bit more finagling in regards of how do traps work and what level of lethality do you need to make it seem scary and all that fun jazz. And Pathfinder is definitely a whole different system in that whole regard. Alrighty, let me bring Epsilon in. Epsilon, this is No Fun Allowed on Sending Stone. How's it going?
Hey there, how you doing?
Oh, I'm fan-friggin-tastic.
Good. So, I was on earlier, talked about Strahd, and then a previous caller mentioned Rhyme, which are both considered to be horror games, and I know D&D 5e isn't the greatest horror system, but what are some things you think about running, like what are some things to really take into consideration when running a horror game, even like with Cthulhu, when you're doing it at the table with players, as far as just what to let the players kind of expect, what to kind of watch out for, how to enhance it, but how not to make it too much at the same time, to make it like the DM's bullying the players or something, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So that is a major issue when it comes to tabletop role-playing games, because the great analogy here is, if I go to sit down to watch a horror movie, I'm only in that horror movie for an hour and a half. Presumably, if you're running a tabletop role-playing game, you're playing for on average 3 hours, and you're doing it again and again and again and again and again. And obviously, there is a huge potential for just a burnout, a horror burnout. So basically, it has to come in droves, or not droves. It has to basically, for the darkness that arises, there also needs to be light. And you need to basically time things out. You need to have moments where your players have a reprieve and they know for a fact, without a shadow of a doubt, that they are safe. And then there needs to be other times where they do not know for certainty if they are safe. Another thing that I would strongly harp on when it comes to horror is a lot of showing but not telling. Unfortunately, because of just the way we do tabletop role playing games, as the DM, you typically describe, okay, you see the monster and here are the details of it. But sometimes going into immense detail takes away from the imagination. The great part about this game is it relies upon your imagination. So if you give enough details to stir people's imagination, but not enough to allow them all to have a concrete idea of what they're looking at, that is, one, going to have people fill in the blanks and potentially fill in the blanks with horror if they're in that mindset. But two, they're also may have conflicting ideas about what the true horror is. And that's a great feeling of having players go into the unknown and braving something scary, and them all coming out with different perceptions of the horror that transpired.
No, that makes sense. Using the Alien movie as an example, or Jaws even, the less you see the shark or the less you see the alien, the scarier it actually seems to be.
Exactly.
Awesome. So yeah, that was just something that popped in my mind as I heard you talking about some horror things. So thought I'd bring it up, but thanks again for having me on.
No problem.
Have a good one.
Alrighty, let me get back to chat. Melinda, how do you make a level 1 encounter with ice methods not TPK the whole party of 4? The real simple solution is to just throw a weakened version of said creature. Instead of it being an ice method, it's really, just like a snowman, but it looks like an ice method. And it's always really something really simple to do too, is you can always take a high level monster and be like, okay, this creature does, when it hits, 5d6 points of damage when it hits. I can't run that against a level 1 party. What if I want to take this monster, but instead it only does 2d6? Or maybe even 1d6? Or maybe it does 2d4, or, any combination of whatever. It's always really simple to, one, just dress something up as something else, and two, it's always easy to nerf. So like a level 1 party in 5e is going to have anywhere between, let's say on the weekend here, 6 to 12 HP, let's say. So if a party has 6 to 12 HP, then a monster doing at most, 6 points of damage each time it hits, that's a really simple way to go about it. Because if it attacks only once, and at most it knocks out the weakest of the party, then there's still the rest of the party. And, just, it's a great way to keep your players chugging along. Also, I think specifically for this in particular, if you want to have an ice method, what you could have it be is you could have it do an ice breath attack, and it hits everyone in the party, but they have a lot to make a Constitution saving throw, or they take 1d4 point of damage, and that really amps up the tension of oh man, they're so scary, oh my gosh. Yeah. So I would definitely say that. How much have Frontier affected these 2 years of being a YouTube career? How much of Frontier? So I occasionally bring up the Frontier, Lorander. Occasionally, it gets brought up a lot, and of course, several people that participate in the Frontier sometimes appear on my channel, on my live streams or wherever, and talk about the Frontier. And it was a great font of inspiration. There's a lot of things to talk about running, 82 sessions in that short amount of time. Oh, hey. Cat,
a lot.
you are live on Sending Stone with me, No Fun Allowed. How's it going?
Hi again. Yeah,
Hello again.
I'm sorry. I had more questions to expand
And I
out.
have more answers.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so on the ice metafit question. 'Cause that's my question. That's my YouTube name. So with that, the party doesn't actually have a healer.
And I think that is good.
Okay, so my main concern is the burst. Because they burst after they die.
Well, I mean, once again, going down to nerfing things, maybe this one melts instead of blowing up.
Fair enough. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, I'll get off then. Bye.
Alrighty then. Once again, always leaning into simple. There's a problem of too much damage. How do we solve that problem? Reduce damage. Keep things simple. I tend to use sounds and voices to create theater of the mind for my online players. I mean, they can see my maps and all the BBGs. Yeah. Keep joking at a minimum when you're doing horror RP. Let players know this before start. A joke can easily loosen up tension in a horror scene, which you don't wish. Yeah, so another important aspect of running a horror game, and this doesn't matter what system you are running it in, whether it be 5e, Call of Cthulhu, whatever. There are just, quite frankly, some players that it's just not going to work. As sad as it is to say. There are just some players who just natively, they need to tell a joke, they need to break the ice, they need to break the tension, they need to do whatever, and it's just not going to work. And, those players aren't bad players by any means, it's just that they are bad players for horror setting. And that is something you're going to have to find out, and hopefully you find out soon if players actually can truly immerse themselves into a horror roleplay experience. Because, I've at this point DM'd for hundreds of different players, and it is so, I've seen the gambit of so many people that just say horror is stupid, and then people that just really buy into it and, RP heavy and, get, add mechanics, I love when, a player can really dive into it. And I don't hate when a player doesn't dive into it, it just means that for that particular player, I can't run a particular thing. I mean, the concern about the ice burst? Yeah, simple. They melt. No pain, no gain. A very common thing in 5e is monsters tend to have too low ACs or too few hit points. Yeah, so the thing about balance and 5e is that there is none. That's just the nature of it. There is no consistent balance to how monsters react to the party in regards of, do they do too much damage? Do they not do enough damage? Do they have too low AC, too high AC? Do they, are they too many hit points, too little hit points? That ends up being a problem specifically later on, is too little hit points, because later on PCs can just do so much damage in such a short amount of time. But that's another thing you're going to learn as a DM, is that you are going to see the flaws of your system, and you're going to have to patch them up yourself. You're going to recognize that 5e monsters don't present a good enough challenge to make your player sweat enough, and then you're going to correct it. Something also to consider too is an individual monster in 5e having too few hit points or too low AC, that's not a problem. if you run the way 5e was intended to be ran. If you run 5e where you get into 6 and 2-8 encounters in a day, where you're constantly burning through resources, you're casting spells, you're using abilities, then it's fine that any single monster isn't that bad. But the real issue is if you only run one combat encounter a day and then they get a long rest, then having one weak monster is of course not going to do anything. There is very little middle ground in 5e. They either smoke the enemies or nearly get killed. Yeah, so that leads also into the resource management of the game. 5e was from the ground up designed to have multiple encounters in a day, but nobody runs 5e like that. Very few people that I actually talk to say that they get into 6 to 8 encounters in a day. Now, mind you, that's not necessarily combat encounters, but that is just straight up encounters, which could potentially reduce HP or resources. So, how do you find the middle ground in 5e? How do you present a challenge to the party, but at the same time, they aren't just absolutely blown out the water, and at the same time, they aren't absolutely slain? And here's my second sex bot. Heck yeah. Got him early. Got him early. Only three this time. And that's in what the other issue of basically trying to ride the middle ground there is no one clear solution, because depending on the players that you have, depending on their characters, depending on the monsters, depending on the dice, there is so many factors in play about how to present a challenge in here. And it's impossible. The only way... Oh my gosh, a third one too? Where are they coming from? They are just all over. But basically the only way you are going to present a challenge to your individual players is by getting to know them over time. And that you're not going to do that in the very first session. It's going to take several sessions, if not multiple, maybe dozens of sessions, to figure out how your player works, to figure out how your players think, how your players move, and how to give them a challenge. Because if I run the same 2 encounters with two different groups, it's going to be different, because the different groups have a different group makeup, and they've got a different, play style. Maybe the fighter doesn't always just go up and hack and slash. Maybe they go and, run defense. Maybe the wizard doesn't cast fireball. Maybe they cast some sort of control spell. Maybe this, maybe that. Way too many factors, way too many variables. It's just going to have to come down to your individual table on how you present that middle ground of presenting a challenge that isn't ultimately a TPK, but isn't ultimately a cakewalk. Alrighty, let's go to these comments here. They're middle ground. Bring back random monster encounters. So yeah, that leads back into the whole 6 to 8 encounters in a day. 5e was supposed to have a lot of encounters in a day. Not necessarily combat encounters, not necessarily monster encounters, but encounters nonetheless. Hey, 2 in 1 day? You're really growing fast. I'm so famous that I got 3 sex bots in a day. You need a mod in here? Yeah. Are you a material girl in a material world? Absolutely. I am absolutely in a material world. I am a material girl. You banned my girlfriend? Oh, Pone, you should have told me. Pone, you should have told me that was your girlfriend. They know the nerds are in here. I'm willing to suspect that these sex bots in particular, they probably don't, see, let's target D&D, right? They probably just target anybody that's on. I'm probably not that special enough. But it's just a matter of like 99.99% of people that see that sex bot are never going to click on that. Right? 99.99% of them. They're just constantly fishing for that one person that does it, either on accident or on purpose, I guess. They know I never answered my question. Yes, I am a material girl in a material world. I have one shot where I nearly TPK all the players. My game is nothing but dragons. They have to think about their resources. The only party that did not have a person die used sleep spell because they were level 2. The rest of the party was level 5 to 8. Dang. That is a level discrepancy right there. The level 5s to 8s were dying because they used all their spells too. Oof, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Let me repost in my Discord here for any and all new people joining in. If you join my Discord, you can join my waiting room and I will drag you in, and then you can ask your burning D&D or tabletop role-playing game related question. I am here to provide. I will grant you my insights that I have earned over the course of interacting with hundreds of people in this space. You know, I'm willing to lend you an ear to whatever it is that you need questioning. Rip? What rip? What's a rip? My stream didn't die. Oh no, they're dying. I see. Melinda's character died. I just had a total party kill last month. Wasn't even trying. That's honestly the sad part too. Is I hear all these stories about DMs that are like, man, I can't challenge my players at all, and then I also hear like, oh yeah, you know, my party just like dies left and right. It's like no in between. Alrighty, Tim, you are on the air with me, no fun allowed, on Sending Stone. Go ahead and send it.
What? All right. That's enough. What times? When do you usually post your games in the community corner?
I typically do that on Saturday or Sunday. However, this week I have been super swamped, so I'll probably be posting it Saturday or Sunday for the following week. And when I do, I believe I will be hosting the final 3 Radiant Citadel adventures, as well as potentially some 0th level adventures as well.
Oh, the final ones. That's saddening. It's fun though.
I've speed ran through the Radiant Citadel, and I've only got the 3 more left. But the 3 that are left are kind of beefy. They're big ones.
Okay. What's your favorite D&D module and why?
My favorite 5e module in particular would be Tomb of Annihilation. For this purpose, it is because it is a fantastic exploration of a jungle. It is a fantastic combat romp through, you know, all the various monsters that you fight. And it is a great one for social interaction because of the denizens of Port Neon Zaru and the jungles. It fulfills the 3 pillars of D&D to an absolute T, and I wholly endorse everyone to play in it because it is fan-frickin-tastic.
When do you think you'll run that module again or ever?
I'll figure it out soon. Right now, I'm running my own personal games, and I'm also running a whole bunch of, I'm running a whole bunch of one shots. But I'll be posting up something soon. My plan was I'm gonna be running a West Marches game out of this Discord, and it's a drop in, drop out kind of game where everyone contributes to the world. I'll be running something along those lines.
Ooh. I'd like to play in that, yeah. Okay.
Heck yeah.
When's your next biggest YouTube event? Like D&D Hotline or something else,
I genuinely don't know. I do want to do this on a regular because I think it is great for, getting people's questions answered. So maybe I'll make this like a either a weekly or bi-weekly kind of thing.
Yeah. You and Sam come up with this idea, by the way. I thought
it's funny because literally like last week, I was talking to people after running a one-shot in this Discord, and people were like, "Oh man, you should run something like that." And then lo and behold, Sam did it like a few days later, and so now I'm doing it now.
Yeah, I thought that was funny. Okay, well, that's my questions. I'm not going to take up too much of your time.
Alrighty. Let's take a look here. 6 to 8 encounters seems like a miscalculation on Crawford's part. It makes sense in a dungeon crawl, but for any other scenario, it seems a bit much. It would slow down the game so much. Yeah, so that harkens back to two things. One, once again, 6 to 8 encounters is not combat encounters. It is just encounters. An encounter could be 2d6 orcs, or it could be, hey, there is a river. How do you cross the river? That is an encounter, because potentially you could lose resources crossing this river. Maybe you trip and lose an item, or maybe you drown and lose a few hit points or whatever. That right there is an encounter. It doesn't seem like it, because we always associate encounter with combat encounter, but that is an encounter nonetheless. Now, number two, that takes up too much time. That is a problem with 5e. 5e natively is a time I'm trying to think of the right word for it, but there is a lot of time spent on combat in 5e. And the reason for that is because you have a bevy of features, you have a tremendously large selection of spells, and also, very importantly, there's a lot of little things going on. You have things to consider, like, oh, hey, when I go to roll, I roll with advantage, so I roll 2 dice and I look at them. Oh, I've got disadvantage, I roll 2 dice and look at the worst one. Oh, hey, that person's gonna take damage on their turn, but they have to make a saving throw. Oh, hey, I'm gonna use my reaction on my turn. They're gonna use their reaction. Oh, hey, I've got a bonus action. Oh, hey, and there's a lot of little things. And any one little thing doesn't seem like much, but as always, little things add up. If everyone's using their reactions, that's eating into the narrative flow of the DM. If everyone is getting, advantage or disadvantage, then, you're hitting more, or you're just having to look at more dice, and you're throwing more dice, and you're referencing your features because you have so many features that you can't remember all of them off the top of your head. There's just a lot of time sink. And unfortunately, running a lot of combat encounters just isn't something a lot of people want to do in 5e, because it just takes too much time. They use their spells on each other because they were PvP. They would not take the game like a real on. Yes, LOL, you're great. Tim, I've only killed one player. I personally don't recommend killing players, because that's how you get arrested. 0 level, yes. So, Melinda, I regularly run 0th level one-shots in my Discord here. A 0th level one-shot is where I give you 4 peasants. These are nobodies. These are people that rolled 3d6 flat stat, 3d6 dice down the line for the stats. And with these 4 peasants, you go off on an adventure, and hopefully all of them survive and go off to do whatever it is that they need to do. And the reason I like 0th level one-shots is because you don't have any spells, because you don't have any features. Everything that you accomplish isn't done because you have a cool feature on your character sheet. It's not because you've got a cool spell to cast. It's because you came up with the solution. Not the character, but you as the player. How do you get these loser nobodies that are worthless to overcome adversity? How do you get your squad of peasants to kill the monster? How do you get your squad of peasants to climb to the top of the tower? How do you get your squad of peasants to, champion whatever it is that they're overcoming? And that right there is so enticing to me. I love seeing players overcome adversity, not through their character sheets, but through their own actions and deeds. And it is so rewarding. I'm turning Tomb of Horrors into Icewind Dale. Heck yeah. You shouldn't kill your players. It's illegal. Killing their characters is totally fair game, though. Absolutely. TOA is also my favorite. Mine too, Peace. Mine too. As a friendly reminder, if you're just joining in, you can join my Discord. And if you do, you can join that waiting room, and I can drag you in, and you can ask that burning question, and I will happily answer. That's what meant. Yeah, I mean, it's just the always analogous. Yeah, my players are doing X, Y, and Z. Obviously, you're talking about the characters. Your players are presumably not going off into dungeons and fighting dragons. And if they are, then you should get them help immediately. Oh my goodness. This has been a great time, and I'm still pretty good to go, honestly. Like, as long as comments keep on flowing in and you guys are just happy to be here, I'm good to be here for some time. This has been a blast. I really like getting to help people. That's why I started this channel, to help people. Literally, I looked around and there was no module guides for these super duper ridiculously huge modules. And then I started making module guides, and then I made DM guides, and now I'm doing whatever the frick I'm doing right now. And it's been cool to help people out, and it's great to help out anybody that wants help. And also, very importantly, is this is not just a selfless thing. I'm also learning as well. Like, talking to people, I get to see how I could potentially react to things in the future. I need to help myself before I help my players. I don't know about the rest of you, but I fight dragons on the regular. Then it sounds like we need to get you help. Kit Kat, hello? Kit Kat, hello? As always, Kit Kat's Discord just seems to be broken. Hello, hello.
By drag regular, then sounds like we can get you help.
Is that what I sound like?
Yeah.
Wow. I regularly listen to myself through editing videos. I'll tell you what, for the first few months of editing myself, it was a pain to listen to myself all day long, but eventually when you do it all day long, you get used to it. So
yeah, I heard because I paused it instead of muted the stream. I just heard how I sound over YouTube, and it's so weird.
Oh yeah, you do, like, even like every now and then I listen. Like when I'm going to edit videos, like I don't really listen to myself. Like I hear myself, but I'm not listening to myself. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's definitely an interesting one.
You actually brought up a question that had just popped into my head. So, I've never actually ran a dungeon, and my module has a lot of dungeon-like
dungeons. Yeah.
So, like, I don't know actually how to run one.
So, the great part is there is no one unified way to run a dungeon. What I will tell you is, when it comes to being a dungeon master, presumably you are going to run a dungeon at some point. And the beauty is you are going to have your own, basically, sense of procedures when it comes to running a dungeon. Now, this comes down to the individual table, your own wants, desires, needs, and more. But something to consider is, when you go to run a dungeon, are you going to allow them to go into one room, get into one fight, and then take a long rest, and then go to the next room, get into one fight, take a long rest, and repeat?
No.
Yeah, so you want a somewhat of a verisimilitude to the world. And to that degree, you have to present a danger and also a sense of urgency. Your players are going to delve this dungeon for X reason. Maybe because they know that there's a bad guy at the end of it. Maybe because they know that there's a magical item in it. Maybe because of, if they don't get there, then the curse is going to kill them and they all die, right? Whatever the case might be. You want to present a reason to truck on. Now, as mentioned before, your players get into one fight, they take a long rest, or they try to take a long rest. You have several options here. You can either say, as a DM and as a human being, you say, no, you cannot do that. Or you can lean entirely into the game mechanics and say, okay, you can attempt to take a long rest, but the monsters are going to meander about the place. And if they move in then eventually they can attack you while you're sleeping. And if you
Yeah.
get attacked while you're sleeping, that's really bad, because when you start the initiative counter, then literally all but, whoever was on watch at the time is prone.
Yeah.
And that's just for the scenario of if your players are trying to, game the system by taking long rests. Now, in regards of just running the other part of the dungeon, which is them delving into it, take into consideration the 5 senses. What do your players see? What do they smell? What do they hear? If they are, ridiculous enough, what do they taste? And what do they feel? If your players are in a cold dungeon and they're moving around and another bot. But if they're moving around and you say, hey, as you're moving in, the frigid cold in here now starts to feel warm. That can, evoke some imagery. Your players start to feel, okay, maybe there's something going on here. Maybe there's a fire up ahead. Maybe we're over a volcano. XYZ. All right, players, as you're walking around, you begin to smell an acrid smell of death. That starts to evoke an imagery. So what I'm trying to recommend is, if you've got like a sticky note or whatever the case may be, always remind your players of their 5 senses. Because while we as players, we're just, playing the game, our characters are experiencing a whole different thing. Our characters are constantly experiencing what they see, what they smell, what they hear, what they taste. Maybe not necessarily what they taste, but, once again. So I would strongly suggest leaning into the 5 senses.
Okay. 5 senses. Got it. Okay. Next question. So, on the point you were saying about the long rests.
Mm-hmm.
So, I run one-shots. Okay. So, for my one-shots, because I run a dragon game for my one-shots, there is a group. Well, there is this one room with a baby dragon in it. That's a skill check challenge. That's the only safe place to take a short rest. If they attempt to take a short rest anywhere else, they have to roll checks. Now, if they don't pass said checks, they're getting attacked. And anybody who joins initiative does not get short rest benefits, which 90% of the time, all of them join up in initiative. So that's how I was going to do it with this, but I didn't know if I should just do that for short rests or long rests, because I told my players I would only allow long rests at the end of session, not in the middle of one.
What I'll tell you is, because you are transitioning from one-shots to now a full-blown campaign, there may be times where, you're running the game, and then unfortunately, just due to time, you're going to be in the middle of the dungeon. And then it doesn't make any sense. So you may want to renege on that. One overall rule you could implement is you could just say, hey, there's only long rest in a town. In that way, like when they go out into the wilderness, it feels more dangerous because you're not allowed to get a long rest out in the wilderness. You could do that. Yeah. That's a little bit more hardcore, though, is what I'll say. But you could definitely lean in toward a different style. Because transitioning from one shots where everything always neatly wraps up by the end versus an adventure where things aren't always neat and pretty, it's definitely different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out that mechanic for it. I mean, I still do. I do skill check. I do a survival check, perception check, and insight check, and they have to pass based off of their level a certain DC to be able to take that said rest.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not just gonna candy it.
Which I believe is a good way to go.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I had something else. I forgot. Oh well. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Alrighty, let me get back to chat then. More sex bots flooding in as always. Sex bots doing what they're doing. Nobody likes the sound of their own voice, except for narcissists. Yeah, there is people who do genuinely like the sound of their voice, and you know, what I'll say is there is two different things. There is people that like talking, and there is people that like hearing the sound of their own voice, which is two different things. There is people who genuinely like talking consistently, and there is people who talk to hear the sound of their own voice. Two different things, but definitely if you like hearing the sound of your own voice, you are a narcissist, and it's probably not a great thing. When running dungeons online, make sure your characters don't just move their tokens across the map willy-nilly. I had a hard time with Roll20. I switched to Foundry where I can pause the... Oh my gosh, I'm dying of anticipation. Game or put stop tiles. Yeah, you can actually do that on Roll20 as well. On Roll20, what you can simply do is, if you're on the free version of Roll20, then you can simply create a fog of war, and you just don't reveal the fog of war. Simple as that. If you are on the paid version of Roll20, then you can set up walls where they simply just can't progress until you allow them. Sexbot. Greetings from Brazil. Your channel is amazing. Thank you, William. Thank you. This stream only on Sending Stone queues. I'm answering any questions you have about, any tabletop related thing. I am most of the questions have been about just general individual questions, but yeah, feel free to ask anything and everything. And if you want, you can join the Discord and hop in the voice, and I'm free to talk to you. I like speaking. I don't know how many people hate speaking. I know that plenty of people don't like public speaking, but public speaking is different from, just speaking, right? It's funny, when I first started my channel, I was terrible at talking to the camera because I usually have feedback. I am a pretty decent public speaker, not to toot my own horn here, but I can go in front of an audience right now of X number of people, and I'm perfectly fine to talk about anything. And it's funny, whenever I went to school, I took a public speaking class, and I was the only person that would go up and actually talk. And it was really funny because the teacher was like, "Hey, man, you need to join the public speech team." And I was like, "Nah, I'm good." Pretty funny. I hate my voice. Yeah, that harkens back into most people don't like their voice. The funny thing too is the voice that you hear is genuinely different from how other people hear it. Even if you record your voice and listen to your voice, you as a human being just cannot hear how other people hear. It's kind of weird how that works. So just because you hate your voice doesn't mean everybody hates your voice. Would it be bad to give my players an NPC that could heal after the first session with Chewingas? I was thinking they could pay for a healing. Yeah, I always like resource is being spent. I always like resources fundamentally going down, and to that degree, paying for a heal is a great way to go about it. I like that. But I can do public speaking. There you go. There you go. Whew. Sorry, guys. I have customer rep voice. There's worse voices than customer rep voice. I don't like my voice in the way of what other people hear. But you'll never know. Oh, goodness gracious. What a big day, huh? For D&D as a whole. What a big day. We got news of D&D's One Direction. Question is too long for chat. I'll PM you on Discord if that's cool. I mean, if you want, you can join the voice and ask it. We really into we really got into voices. I'll tell you what, whenever I DM, I'm always voicing characters in certain ways. I like your voice, Tim. What are some of the new stuff coming out for D&D? The new stuff coming out for D&D in the meantime, in the current first year, is we are getting a adventure of Dragonlance. We are getting a adventure anthology involving heist. We're getting a bestiary on giants. We're getting a adventure that continues off a adventure of Phandelver. We are getting a resource book on Planescape. So we're getting a ton of cool things. You're still going? I'm at work, so a bit on and off. Hey, you're still making that money, though. Any tips for high-level Tier 4 play? Yeah, so the tip for Tier 4 play is there is literally no written monster that actually contends at Tier 4. They just don't work. The trick to Tier 4 play is to challenge the players and the characters. And what I mean by that is you have to challenge them in ways that the character sheet just can't always answer. Which is tough because they have a ton of answers. But you also need to present them challenges that need to be overcome with words and words alone. And that can be tough. I think the biggest tip I will say for Tier 4 play is you need to make the stakes larger than life, and you need to notably present combats that just aren't in the norm. Like, the ancient dragon, one ancient dragon doesn't contend with, a group of 4 level 18 PCs. A lich is going to last exactly 1 round against a level 17 group. None of these things just work. So you need to present a whole bunch of different challenges, a whole bunch of different scenarios, and you need to make the stakes big to make the players feel important, as they should. I have the PPOM proving peace of mind voice that I apologize millions of times an hour. What was your favorite location in Chult? My favorite location in Chult is Port Nyanzaru because it is a hotbed of political intrigue, a great resource for NPCs galore, and a great font of inspiration to get your players to go out into the jungle with. Same. Dragonlance is also with races, history, and new stuff. Yes. So the new Dragonlance book that's coming out actually doubles as partially just new player options, but more importantly, it is a adventure. And the cool part about this adventure is it is including Lord Soth. Lord Soth is making his introduction to 5e with this new adventure. And the only thing we know so far about this adventure is it includes Lord Soth, and there is also a game aspect of controlling armies on the field, which is on par for the course with Dragonlance, because Dragonlance is all about, large armies and whatnot. What's Tier 4? So D&D is broken up into 4 tiers. We have Tier 1 being levels 1 through 4. We have Tier 2 being levels 5 through 10. We have Tier 3, which is 11 through 16. And then Tier 4, which is 17 through 20. Do you ever play sports? Sometimes. Sometimes. I'm not much these days because I never go out because there's nothing to do outside and I'm poor. But, you know, whenever I get the chance. Are you still testing D&D stuff before they come out? Nope. Not no more. And I just got a DM from Static Goat here. I would hop in chat, but my mic is a bit messed up. I have a group running Tomb of Annihilation, and tomorrow I'm starting the first session of the final chapter. Any advice you can give that would help them, considering their guides are all aggroed or dead, with most of them not really knowing any of the history of the Nine Gods. So, what I'll say, Static Goat, is there is a very, very strong line you can run when it comes to running the finale of Tomb of Annihilation. Are you going to run it as a meat grinder, where you don't care if PCs die because you are running the game as a judge, and if your players get themselves killed on a trap, then hey, that's on them, I'm just the judge? Or are you going to play the role of the kindly DM that wants to see the PC succeed? You know, if you just want to run the role of judge and referee, then you don't need to do anything. Just let them do whatever. If they succeed, they succeed. And if they fail, they fail. If you want to play the role of the kindly DM that wants to see the PC succeed, then you got to throw them bones. And what I'm here to tell you is, throwing your players bones every once in a while is okay. But if you do it too much, too often, then your players are going to pick up on it, and there's a lack of verisimilitude. If you are trying to throw them a bone, then maybe introduce NPCs in the grand finale that can soak up hits for them. Maybe give them, you know, some potions that give them temp HP, or maybe you give them a scroll that lets them raise someone back from the dead. You know, it really does depend on the kind of tempo of your game, kind of feel of your game. Are PCs dying regularly? Do PCs not die regularly? Entirely up to you. But I would not remove the lethality of the finale, because taking away what makes something special makes the thing no longer special, is what I'll say. I got all the old Dragonlance RP books from AD&D time. Soth is there. He was also in old Ravenloft books. Absolutely. He was. Lord Soth is a classic staple in the D&D history, and everyone recognizes the face because the face is that of a Death Knight. And, you know, Lord Soth has a cool, tragic backstory and all that fun jazz. What's the rarest type of Dragonborn? That I don't know. I'm not too well versed on my dragon history here. I'm just a simple DM, making their way in life. I'd imagine to be one of those gem dragons, or maybe like a void dragon. I think that'd be the case. Yeah, I think a void dragon of some repute. I say no bone for you. I know, Tim. No, give bones. No. I hope they are keeping some or most of that old stuff and just giving update into in 5e. So I don't know anything really about what the new Dragonlance is going to entail. I'm willing to bet they're going to keep Lord Soth's, you know, kind of tragic backstory and all that fun jazz. But in regards of what they're going to do with the character in the future, I've got no clue. I genuinely don't. I would hope that they retain Lord Soth's legacy and not, like, ruin it. I would hope that they make Lord Soth appear as awesome as Lord Soth deserves to be. In regards to the rest of the Dragonlance stuff, I also don't know what they're going to be doing with it. I don't know what they're going to be doing with the factions of the world. I don't know what they're going to be doing. I'm more than willing to bet you that they're not going to write in any of the named characters because they don't want to like have to bother with that. But in my named characters, I of course am referring to all of the like the heroes in the Dragonlance novels. I don't think they're going to be dealing with that at all. Yeah. Yeah, so Kender's not going to be a class. We know that for a fact. Kender is a race, and they've already shown off some of the playtest for the Kender. And like Kender do, basically, you, like, as you're walking along, all of a sudden you have a random, like, item in your pocket. Oh, bots. Oh, silly, silly bots. Silly, silly sex bots. You'd think they'd learn their lesson. I legit do not know the, like, I know how bots are created, but I don't know how bots are meant to be sent out. I don't know, like, is it, I feel like it would be, it's not really a thing of like someone sending out a bot to the individual channel. I think the bots are just like on the prowl and then they just start coming around. Oh boy, yeah. Not class, I meant race. Yeah, same thing. Back in my day, class used to be race. If you played the dwarf, you were a dwarf. If you were an elf, you were an elf. That's helpful about TOA. What are your thoughts on the remove curse spell in regards of lycanthropy as raw? I need to make a whole video on this. But there's like 5 spells. I mean, there's more than that. But there's 5 big spells in 5e that just say, hey, remove engagement from the game. Remove curse is one of those spells. Remove curse basically says, hey, get rid of a fun, unique, and riveting game mechanic for a spell that is going to come back tomorrow. Remove curse is incredibly boring. I personally say, hey, like, let's just get rid of it. No remove curse. The only way you can remove curse is by fulfilling some sort of, ritual. The only way to remove lycanthropy is by piercing the heart of the monster on the full moon of, this time, and you got to do it with a silver dagger. Something like that. Because what is more riveting? Your players having to quest out to find a magical dagger and then forming a sigil and then, getting into a fight with some, like, werewolf spirit demon. Or saying, I cast remove curse. Which sounds more engaging to you? I'll be standing with my sword ready to cut down the Kender when they come. Kender get a bad rap, and that's for good cause, because the problem isn't the Kender. The problem is the players, right? And the problem is if a player sees a race and says, hey, I get to act like a complete asshole, and it's only because of this race, it's not the race's fault. It's your fault, right? Oh, I get to steal things because I'm a Kender. No! Don't steal things, screw that. This is my question. After Rime of the Frostmaiden, what should I run next? Curse of Strahd or the Critical Role? So the Crit Role, Call of the Netherdeep, is, I think, a pretty decent adventure. What I will say is Curse of Strahd requires a lot of prep, because it is truly a sandbox. So it's going to come down to your DMing style of if you prefer sandboxes or railroads or roller coaster style of campaigns. The Curse of Strahd is a sandbox through and through. The Call from the Netherdeep is a railroad. You're going forward in a straight line, but you get to choose, do you want to go down the A, B, or C route the whole time? Curse of Strahd is, you get plopped into a sandbox, you can go in any direction at any time, do anything, anywhere. So, really depends on your DM style. But Dragonlance also had Dragon Rider class. I know for a fact they are not doing a new class because 5e's not cool enough to introduce new classes. what is Dragonlance? Dragonlance is an old setting for D&D. Basically, the synopsis for the Dragonlance universe is that it is a big factions are doing a whole bunch of play. There's dragons versus dragons, and it's about epic heroes rising to the occasion, leading armies, fighting dragons. And specifically, a dragon lance is a weapon that a person uses that does a whole bunch of extra damage to dragons. I believe it was like 3d8 extra damage or something like that, which is a lot of damage. It does a tremendous amount of extra damage to dragons. And basically, like, there's a lot of motifs of dragons and armies and epic heroes and all that. The dark powers have been removed curse in my Strahd game. Heck yeah. Vile creatures, the Kinder. Dragonlance is a D&D realm like Forgotten Realms. It's also one of the very old one. Dragonlance is pretty old. There is a couple of old, adventure settings. Forgotten Realms is not the first. The first one would be Blackmoor, I guess, technically. Mystara, Greyhawk, then Forgotten Realms, There's a lot of old school settings, and they're slowly making their return in 5e. Their Wizard of the Coast is really banking on that nostalgia. I was saying the same thing earlier about many of the 5e spells. They take agency from the players. Yeah, so... And there's a certain thing in game design where you have a problem, and if there's an immediate solution, like, was that good? One of the biggest ones, beyond just remove curse and what do you call that thing? Oh my gosh, greater restoration, lesser restoration. There is one of the most annoying ones in the game, I think, is Ranger. The Ranger class as a whole. So, in 5e, the exploration rules are nearly non-existent. There's only a few paragraphs on exploration rules in regards of how you move about the wilderness and how you move about the place. And the Ranger class straight up crosses out several of those paragraphs. Because the Ranger can't get lost, and the Ranger can track, and the Ranger can do these things automatically. And it seems like such incredibly terrible game design, where instead of tacking on to existing game mechanics, they instead remove existing game mechanics. Like, instead of having the Ranger, so in 5e, you can get lost when you're exploring the wilderness. If you have a Ranger in the party, you cannot get lost. It's impossible, unless there's, like, magic involved, but whatever. What if instead of the Ranger having a feature that said, hey, remove, getting lost, what if instead they said, hey, as the Ranger, when you get lost, you then can become unlost quicker, or you get a bonus to not getting lost, or, basically add a mechanic to the game on top of what's already there, not take away anything. Greyhawk, there is no other. Greyhawk's classic. Greyhawk is just the classic go-to, feels good, kind of. Greyhawk is just like the classic go-to. That sounds like my Dragon Slayer flail. Heck yeah. The Dragonlance. But one ever plays a Ranger in my groups. Yeah, so that leads into another thing too, is a lot of 5e is built around the idea that you have a air quote balanced party. But ultimately, no matter what kind of party you have, unless you have 12 players in your group, which never run for 12 players, you're going to be potentially missing something, right? If you have no Druid in the party, then no one's going to be transforming into animals and talking to the animals. If you have no fighter in the party, then no one's going to pick up the, magical greatsword that does, extra damage. If you've got no monk in the party, no one's going to be picking up the X, Y, and Z. And ultimately, that just comes down to, like, when you have a representative party, are you going to warp the game based on the party's decisions? Or are you going to leave the game as is? And if, there's no, there's no representation there. Like, if they don't have a rogue in the party, is there still going to be locked doors? That's a genuine discussion to have for your table. Chat, should I donate only for chat? I'll tell you what, I would not be opposed to you donating. However, I will say you don't need to donate to me. I always appreciate it, though. I almost ran a group of 9, but they fizzled. The most players I've ever ran in a single session of D&D was 11 for 5e. I should say. What I'm here to tell you is D&D breaks after like 5-ish characters. Just don't have too many players at the table. It's not a good time for anybody. Not a good time. I did a one-shot for 7. It was a rough, but we had fun. I couldn't imagine doing a campaign like that. Yikes. Yeah, it's the worst part about running a large group is not just the fact that you have to just sit there and like respond to all the terrible mess of like, oh, I've got to present a combat challenge that, can challenge 7 people, 8 people, 9 people, whatever. It's also the fact that as a player, your amount of time to shine in a session is next to non-existent. If I'm running a 3-hour session with 4 players, then and I count myself as a player because I am the DM, and as DM I'm also a player. Then let's say there's 5 players at the table divided between 3 hours. That's a lot of time spent on everybody. That's awesome. But then imagine if I'm running for 10 players, and then that's also including myself, between 3 hours. Then that moment to shine is just all but non-existent. Well, now I have to. Oh, thank you, Fireman, for the $1.99 bread. Thank you so very much. That is absolutely going to my bread fund. Thank you so very much. As a friendly reminder, I am, as the cool kids say, I am poor. I'm sitting on the ground. I do not have a chair. This behind me is not a green screen. This is in fact a green bed sheet. Can I show that? Kind of. Oh, I'm peeling back the veil. Oh. Yeah, behind me is a couch that I sit in front of because of my gaming setup. I just simply cannot sit on the couch and do what I need to do. So every little bit helps. Thank you so very much. I played in a group of 14, but it was a round robin. Once you hit 0, you're done. No heals. And once again, that is also not fun because once you hit 0, then you're not playing the game. That's not fun. If you show up to the table and you're not playing, then what's the point, right? That friggin' sucks. 16-hour game, yikerinos. That sounds dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. For the funny, thank you, Fireman. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. My video I released today is still kicking at #1 on my recent release videos. Which I figured. Shorts typically do better. Shorts are usually consumed by a greater media. Wow, Mamma Mia, and another donation for the green shirt for next time. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much. Should I wear a green shirt next time and just have, my backdrop just on me at all times? I think that'd be pretty funny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I survived with a elemental gem and a con save of plus 15. Mamma mia. Yeah, thank you so much for these donations. They go a long way, let me tell you. They definitely go a long way. Any little bit helps a ton. Yes, I should wear a green shirt. That'd be pretty funny. In fact, actually, I'm trying to think. Do I have a green shirt? I might have a green shirt. I'd have to double check. But is there a difference, better or worse, between a warlock speaking to their patron in a RP type of way, even if it's raw, versus the 5th level spell contact other planes? Sorry if the cues are too specific. No, that's not too. I mean, it's specific, but that's why I'm here. So I think that the relationship between a patron and a warlock and their patron should be a little bit more intimate than what would normally happen between like a cleric or a paladin with their god. I think that there should be a little bit more intimacy, but that entirely depends on the patron. Not all patrons are giving powers out for funsies, right? Not all patrons are giving out powers just because they're faithful. In fact, a lot of times the patrons are giving power to these people so that they can, fulfill a deed. The devil patron isn't giving out powers because the devil is altruistic and, a great person. No, the devil is giving powers to this person because, they want something, and they're pushing the PC to do it. So I think it's perfectly fine to have a little bit of that speaking going on, but at the same time, not all patrons are also sitting down for a delightful conversation with their patron or with their warlock. Sometimes the patron gives out faint clues and faint ideas and hints and dreams and visions and maybe other warlocks, and so it's not always just the same thing every time. So it entirely depends on the patron. It entirely depends on the relationship that they have and why the warlock has the power in the first place. Because as the cleric gets their power for devoting themselves wholly to a god and being a shining beacon of that deity. The warlock doesn't get powers for being a shining beacon of their patron. They get their powers because the patron said, "Here, you go." So it's a different relationship, and you should play it up as such. Pally with protection or OPOP. What's the most you have ever gotten donated? Oh my gosh, I seem to recall. I'll try and pull it up. But I'm pretty sure someone donated me $70 one time. I'm pretty sure someone was like, "Hey man, like I'm doing good. Here's $70," and I was like, "Oh my god," and that fed me. That fed me for a long time. That $70. But I don't stream enough to usually get donations. I should stream more, not because I get donations, mind you, but I should stream more because I like talking to people. Talking to you all is great, and answering the hard hitting questions is great, and I do need to stream more, so I should get around to streaming more for sure. My patron is in one of my games almost made me jump into a black hole. Yeah. And I think that's great when, because as a cleric, you are wholly devoting yourself to the ideals of your deity. But as a warlock, you may be just trying to use one another. The warlock is just trying to use the patron for their power, and the patron's just trying to use the warlock for, because they're on the material plane or whatever. So I really love when there's a little bit of a friction, and the warlock has to say, "Oh man, like I don't want to do this, but if I don't do this, then I don't, Daddy cuts off the power," kind of thing. Have I ever considered doing a stream game? Yes, I have greatly considered it. I am kind of thinking of ways I'm going to go about doing that. And what I'm here to tell you is my idea for doing a stream game is as follows. I'm going to do a stream game. And then what I'll do is I'll edit the stream with my basically DM cliff notes. So normally when I'm running a game, I can't sit there and be like, "Okay, chat, here's why I'm doing X, Y, and Z," because I'm too busy focusing and busy. But if I record the video or the stream and then I can edit it, then I can be like, "Oh, okay, so like, here at time XY whatever, I had them roll a check because I wanted to get them sweating, or I wanted to, or because they activated this ability, or because of X, Y, and Z. And having those DM cliff notes would be a great way to be like, oh, okay, what is the thought process behind what am I doing? Why am I doing it? I have a high... Oh, $2 from Fry Minis. How much can you bench? I bet 90 in 3 sets of 15. 90 in 3 sets of 15. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, first off, do you not see me? Come on now. Fry, once again, thank you for the $2. Thank you so very much. Fry, if you just saw my video today, I carried a 40-pound dumbbell into the pool, and I'm just like walking at the bottom of the pool because I've got the 40-pound dumbbell. And in fact, actually, I've got literally a 25-pound dumbbell right there, and in arm's reach. You got to keep swole. Yeah, I could do 90 in 3 sets of 15. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. I'm swole enough. I was actually thinking of doing basically a series of shorts where I go to do my stats. So the first one would be lifting, and then for dexterity I maybe do some balancing or throwing. For con I go to the bottom of the pool and hold my breath. For intelligence, I do a quiz on D&D. For wisdom, I haven't figured out what I'm going to do for that one. And then for charisma, I would go and talk to some random stranger or something. Something along those lines. I think that could be really fun. I have a high-level paladin, and his aura almost always puts the rest of the party in the passive check. How can I stop him? So, the real thing to consider with the paladin is the high level one, you're hitting a 30-foot freaking range. It is huge. So the only real way to combat that is either one, increase the DC, which is the boring answer. Normally it's a DC, 15 for this check, and now it's going to be a DC 25. That's the boring answer. The more fun answer, the more engaging answer would be to ultimately force the party to split. Ultimately force them to deal with multiple problems at a time. Because if there's only one monster, and it's just a big old monster and it just stands there, then of course the whole party is going to be able to, be rewarded. But if you present multiple problems of, oh hey, your players have to activate the tower on the west side of the room, but on the east side of the room there is a crossbowman who's shooting, and then on the north side of the room there is an electric fence and it's shooting out in arcs, and whatever the frick is going on. Forcing your group to split up because they need to split up, because if they tackle one thing at a time they're just going to get ultimately dunked on over the course of time. That is how you do that. And then ultimately, the paladin is going to have to make a choice of hey, do I try and stay with some homies, or do I have to go off my own and flip the switch in the corner, or hold back the door, or, swim through the hole in the waterfall, whatever the case may be. Create an engaging scenario of combat that isn't just one monster go. Create an engaging combat scenario where there needs to be attention drawn. And mind you, one of the simplest ones I ever do, one of the simplest combats I ever do is if I'm in a city. Alrighty, as you're fighting the bandits, there's bandits on the street, but there's also a tree on fire, and there's a cat in the tree, and also there is someone dangling precariously off a building nearby. Go. And right there, boom, the party has to split, right? Because someone needs to go save the cat. And someone needs to save this person hanging precariously off the building. And then some people do stay, of course, to fight the bandits. Create engaging combats that force the party to move and also highlight how awesome they are as individuals. That's my go-to pitch. Yes, you should stream games. Yeah, I definitely should. That's a really good idea. I assume you're referring to the DM, basically Cliff Notes thing. Yeah, basically just a DM commentary of, giving insights and Like, if I mess up something, then I'll be like, oh, I messed up here, but here's how I try and, fix the solution or fix the problem and, all that fun jazz. This was my paladin. She is O'Real. Honey has made chaos for O'Real. Hehe, so many funny things, like Cursed Dragon Mark. Ooh. 90 pounds, LOL, haha. I run, I don't lift. I streamed a game on Twitch a while back. It was fun. It changes the game a bit due to the audience, but it's still fun. That's another thing, too, is I don't know how much engagement I would give to the audience if I streamed a game, because typically, I only care about the players at the table, right? So it'd be a tough one. Oh, heck yeah, that sounds fun. Awesome, thanks. F, marry, kill. A Drow Matron, a Banderhob, or a Knoll. Obviously, I'm marrying the Drow Matron, and I'm fully aware that I will be subservient to said Drow Matron, but, that's the life I will live. I will have a good time. I will frick a Gnoll, because at least the Gnoll is, humanoid size. And you know what they say about female hyenas. And I will sadly kill the Banderhob, because Banderhob just too big. Too big. Even if it is a medium-sized Banderhob, I would still ultimately kill, because... Have you seen those teeth? Those teeth. Those teeth are something else. Those teeth are something else. Try taking Boba into a horror RPG. Yeah, so that harkens back to the conversation before, Lorander, of there are some players that just will not play in a horror game. And I knew you were going to say no, Fry, because I know you love Banderhobs, I know. But of that list, the Drow Matron, easy marry. The Knoll, a pretty decent frick. And the Banderhob, too easy of a kill. If that list was a little bit changed up, then maybe the Banderhob could get higher up on the list there. Yeah, so Boba. Yeah, Boba's just one of those players that definitely wouldn't be in there. More TOA. How much time do your players spend in the port? So every time I run TOA, they spend about a third of the game in port. Because what ultimately happens is they spend a few sessions in port because they have to earn money. And once they finally earn enough money, then they trek out into the jungle. And when they're in the jungle, they're spending all their gold on that guide. And, of course, they spend all the gold on the resources to go into the jungle. They go into the jungle, they hack and slash their way through, they get the gold, and then they come back to town. And then they repeat the process. They earn back a little bit more gold, spend the gold, go out to the jungles, repeat process. And all the meanwhile, they're in town. Not only are they trying to generate a whole bunch of gold, but they are also trying to, interact with all the NPCs. And, that's a great time. No, how do I break Pally Aura? Greater Stead, fly up 10 speed, BAM cylinder, aura power. That's extra 10 to 15, flies on a dragon count. There you go. Drink more water? I've been drinking a ton of water. Furry detected? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fry, I'll have you know that there is absolutely no kink shaming to be found here. No kink shaming allowed. Loriander Steen, it is I, Bernardo. I haven't gone down this rabbit hole, all pun intended for this, but in regards of furries, did furries only occur because of the cartoons we got, like, Thundercats and whatever the frick else? Like, were there furries like 100 years ago? I genuinely don't know. I would be willing to muddle my Google history to try and figure out the problem with that. Or not the problem with that, but the story behind that. Like, how did furry come about? Bernardo, you are on the air with me, No Fun Allowed, as your host of Sending Stone. Go ahead and send it.
I'm back again. I just want to talk to you about the furry community. As a person who's not familiar with it, can you describe it in vivid detail what it is about?
Well, from what my perceptions of a furry community is, much like how, you know, everyone has their kinks, there's kinks within kinks. You know,
Right.
some people want just a vanilla experience, and some people want a little bit more. And from my understanding, people that are into that are furries are kind of just into the amalgamous thing of, you know, maybe a little bit of fur here and there, and maybe some depictions of, you know, some of their what do you call those things? You know, animals. Which,
Right.
yeah.
And then I guess my follow-up question, which I think is a reasonable question to ask, how does that fall into like the 5e category? You know what I mean?
Well, it falls into the 5e category because ultimately 5e has done a tremendous job getting furries into the hobby through the likes of many of the humanoid races, such as everyone's favorites like Tabaxi and
Love them. Leonians.
Yeah, Leonians, and you know, all the various sorts of things.
You know, I've played a Leonian once or twice in my D&D lifetime. And I'll tell you what, I've never felt better. Sexually, of course. But
Naturally.
as one comes with such a type of thing. Now, I noticed, did you guys talk about what's the space D&D called? Because I was actually curious about that too.
Yes,
I
so
wanted to know on. Okay.
yeah, so that is Spelljammer, which just came out like a few
Spelljammer,
days
that's
ago. And Spelljammer is an old setting. It's been around since like AD&D, but it's brand new to 5e. So Spelljammer, basically, the simple sell here is imagine D&D, but instead of being on the same continent the whole time, you typically go on space galleons. They're literally just, you know, ships, you know, that go in water, except they can fly around in space.
I mean,
And then you got Spelljammer.
I mean that's pretty cool, I'd say.
Yeah,
but also I do want to quote in chat. There's a follower by the name of Loriander. Can't say I've ever heard of him.
Yeah, the Loriander Steam
his
guy.
name
Yeah.
says Bernardo is the biggest furry of them all. He's a closet furry. I want to go out here and I know there's a lot of allegations coming at me. I know multiple people hit me up on CNN.com and like Bernardo furry ?
Does
Not
Bernardo is furry?
Does Bernardo are furry? Question. Not true. I want to clear that up right now with the ongoing viewer. Not true. Not true. Can't.
Fair enough. Alrighty, let's take a look here. Why did it take sexual to answer questions like this? Bernardo is the biggest furry of them all. Yeah, we all know Bernardo is the biggest furry of them all. I like Leonin. It's official. D&D is a game for furries. Here's the thing. Literally all tabletop role-playing games are for furries. Because any tabletop role-playing game, you could potentially throw in a furry aligned thing, right? D&D is more related to kink than you know. Yeah, so fun fact about D&D. Everyone always knows the classic term, like a little quote of, "I'm making my own thing, but with blackjack and hookers," from Futurama. Fun fact about D&D, there were hookers in the game of D&D before there was gambling of any sort. There is a great article on the original people of D&D going to burlesque houses and cabarets and wherever the frick else to air quote study all this stuff. And there's some classic old school text on hookers and the society they're in, and it is definitely very interesting. Good night, Fry. Good night, Fry. Good night, Fry. Bernardo just admitted. Come out the closet. Well, this took a turn. No shame, Bernardo. We accept all. We accept all. We accept all around here. We're not unaccepting around here. Any and all are welcome. Bring me my weak and me. Yeah. bring me your cold and sick and tired. Bring me your furries. Bring me your all. I don't know, furry talk and how chat is filling up. I'll tell you what. I typically am usually not going to try and talk about things that are wholly explicit in nature. We figured out the algorithm. I'm glad they did not kill for research. Yeah, that's a good thing that they didn't go out into caves and start, murdering people. Let's move to gay people. I'll tell you what. Let's not like me. Let's not go into, once again, there is no kink shaming around here. Absolutely none to be found. But let's, try and steer more toward the role-playing side of things, and specifically the tabletop role-playing game side of things, and not the other role-playing side of things. I learned how to play D&D through a grade requirement in college. Now, that is cool. Did someone say fireman? Woot woot. Am I right, fellas? I imagine adventurers enter Bordello and find it filled with kinky animal humanoids. Everyone gets an egg. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious. Who wants a story time? Alrighty, I'll give you a quick story time to until someone decides to speak up. One, as a friendly reminder for those of you that are new popping in, if you join the Discord, you can join in with me, and you can ask your burning questions about tabletop role-playing games, D&D, and whatever the frick else you got going on. So, what race changes that are coming? So I'm making a video about that tomorrow a little bit and a little bit more. But basically, the big change to races is some of the races are getting new feats. Some of the races are getting their feats cleaned up. And far more importantly, the biggest change here is that everybody is getting a level 1 feat. Everybody. Everyone gets a level 1 feat. Kit Kat, you are on the air with me, No Fun Allowed, your host of Sending Stones. Go ahead and send it.
Hello.
What's that burning question you've got? I need to know. In the meantime, if I want to do fantasy space sitting, I like Warhammer 40k system. Does Space Jammer scratch that itch, or no? No. I'll promise you that you should probably stick to Warhammer 40k if you desire. Look at that. More sex bots coming in. My goodness.
Story time. So, the learning how to play D&D in college. So, our psychology professor was a dungeon geek. And he taught us how to play D&D because he believed the person that the player's character would be is a part of their inner ego, and showing them what they may or may not need for this.
Okay.
Taught us how to play D&D. So yeah, it was actually a really cool experience on how to learn how to play that. Probably wasn't the most realistic or rule-abiding group because we were 6 players at one table. We had an hour to play every week, so
Goodness.
it was actually cool. I actually learned how to play D&D for a college grade, and I got an 86 for my playing skills because I could not figure out how to do puzzles. And that's story time.
Heck yeah. Alrighty, going back to questions in chat. Any thoughts on the D&D movie trailer? Yes, I think it's good. I know that there's a lot of people, one, complaining about Druid turning into owlbear. I do not care at all whatsoever. The other major complaint, however, I am seeing is people are complaining about that it looks too Marvel-y, which that I can understand. I personally am one of the many people that has superhero fatigue. I don't want to go watch another Marvel or DC movie. I just have no interest in superheroes anymore that aren't, The Boys or Invincible or what's his face, Peacekeeper. Like besides those three, like I don't want to see superheroes anymore. I'm tired of them, and I can understand that people are emulating, the Marvel movies because they made money. Why wouldn't they, right? So hopefully it isn't like a Marvel movie, but instead of superheroes, it's D&D characters. I hope that's not the case. Because I think the D&D movie could be one of the most instrumental things to D&D being successful. And yes, it's successful right now, of course. But if the D&D movie becomes like that movie that a lot of people go out to see because it's awesome, then freaking great. More people showing up to the hobby, and more people is better because that means, more resources and more people that want to play with your style and all that fun jazz. So hopefully it does well. I think it looked decent. I can't wait to see more. DM question: have you ever introduced Spelljammer ships or airships to your campaigns? Yes, I have. Never in a largely terrible big degree, but I have introduced some. Once again, not in any major capacities or fashions, but I just haven't done that. Just haven't. Loriander, I would like to help Bernardo as he forgot to ask his most burning question. When is the next Frontier session?
I would also like to talk to Loriander about that. I know I'm still in the chat. I just want to go ahead and say, Loriander, maybe don't ask questions. I'll just say it.
Oh, man. The Frontier was the best social experiment I've ever ran. It truly was a astounding social experiment.
I mean, honestly, you got a little taste of everything. As being a part of it, as Orlando Bloom, as Mark Ruffalo, those were good times. But they were also really bad times.
It was the best of times. However, it was truly the worst of times.
I would go as far as to say that the Frontier had such high highs and low lows. Like what's his face getting one-shotted by some acid breath?
Oh, I mean, everyone's favorite Dopey.
Oh, Dopey. Badlands Chugs.
There was a lot of there was a lot of nonsense going on in that campaign, let me tell you.
But also, yeah, I know I'm not technically a host or anything. I just want to say, Loriander, leave me alone.
Alrighty. Peace. Last TOA question. Did your party kill Razan C? You know what's funny? I've ran TOA 3 times. Not a single group of mine has ever killed Razan C. Not one. I do plan on running TOA more because I love it so much that I truly would not get tired of it because of how vastly unique it is. So maybe my next group will kill Razan C. Who knows? See, Taka furries and sexy bots arrive. Hey, the sexy bots were arriving before we talked about the furries, okay? Only fair.
I've noticed when you talk about TOA, I feel like, has anyone ever gone through TOA and truly beaten it?
What I'll tell you is, no one I've ever ran.
TOA, so I guess no spoilers, but
no one I've ever ran for, but what I'm here to tell you is, speaking of the devil, more bots. In regards of how people choose to run D&D, I have somewhat solidified my opinion on how I run the game. And I run the game of that of a referee. Some people do run games where they are the friendly DM, where they are on the player's side. But I am the referee in regards of I'm going to give you a fair game. And I'm gonna, maybe I'll be secretly rooting for you, of course, but at the same time, my DM style of that of a referee is I'm not going to just take it easy on you because you do puppy dog eyes or because you're my player or whatever, right? I'm going to give you a fair challenge because if I give you a challenge and you overcome it, then you're going to be that much more rewarded for it. And ultimately, yeah, go on.
I was gonna say that feels a lot more enjoyable. Like I feel like you're the what? The second DM, the only really other DM I truly have, has played the game of D&D with. I don't think you've ever been like, hey, here's an easy boss fight and I'm gonna give it to you. You're like, earn this. And I don't know, it feels better that way. Maybe that's how I felt when we played Curse of Strahd, because I feel like he was really kicking our ass at like one point, and you're like, I don't think there was a point where you're gonna go like, oh, I'm gonna spare them. It's like, nah, I'm gonna kill them right here. If it's like, yeah, you've done all this stuff, I'm gonna kill you. It feels good that way.
Yeah, I've played with several DMs, and I've unfortunately been in that scenario where we go up against a beholder, and the beholder purposely just like floats on the floor level, and all the melee people can attack it, and then it looks away, so all the spellcasters can cast. And that's just one of many scenarios. But like, whenever people play up monsters that just makes them look stupid, and the players get an easy win, or whenever there's a trap or a puzzle, and the players just say, "Oh, this is so hard," and then they overcome it anyway. Like it leads itself to being not as fulfilling. And I stand by that by both a DM and a player. It is truly rewarding to see players overcome adversity.
I mean, the biggest thing I think of, and it's weird to bring up examples that maybe most people don't know about, but I could bring it to you. When we played in Stan's Neverwinter campaign, and you and me were kind of hanging in the back of that vampire dungeon, if you remember that.
I do recall.
Everyone got TPK'd, but you and me, and we're like, oh shit, like run, and us being able, did we end up reviving them, and then winning that way? I just remember it was like, I think it was you and me, but something like that where Stan was like, nah, dude, I'm just like, you came in here, you're gonna lose,
The way it should be.
Sink or swim, baby.
Doom Patrol is still awesome. I've heard Doom Patrol is awesome. I just haven't gotten around to watching it. That is one of the few superhero things left that I'd be willing to stomach. How could you introduce people to the game who haven't played before or have misconceptions about what it is? What I'm here to tell you is I think that 5e is not a great intro to tabletop role-playing games in general. But what I will say is make a fun one-shot. Maybe not necessarily maybe there is some good one-shots out there. And in fact, I'm actually writing like several like go-to like first ever one-shots. Make an engaging one-shot for that particular player group. Maybe you have a group that is a bunch of thespians and they want intrigue and romance and subterfuge. Run that one shot to get them blood pumping. If you have a group that just wants to drink beer and, just, smash things, then run that one shot. The real thing I would tell you specifically to get people who haven't played before or have misconceptions about it is ask them, hey, or not just ask, but tell them, hey, this is not a singular game. D&D is not one thing. D&D means billions of things. It's whatever you want it to be. And then ask them, hey, what game do you want to play in? Do you want to play in a game where, you go into the tavern and you drink and then you get into a bar fight? Do you want to play the game where you are real estate moguls and you've got to deal with the patron next door? Do you want to run the game where you're going into deadly dungeons and PCs are dying left and right? Ask them simple questions, not mechanical questions, of course, but ask them simple questions and then deliver them a simple mechanical answer to that. Never sit there and be like, okay, you have to roll a d20 and or you have to add your percentile this and blah, 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 blah. Don't overwhelm them with mechanics. Just always ask them, hey, what do you do? And then whatever it is that they say, like, oh, I want to I want to go over there and touch the lamp. Okay, as you touch the lamp, so happens. I want to punch that guy. Roll a d20, and you just have them roll a d20. Don't even make them do any math. Just be like, glance over at their dice and be like, oh, you rolled high enough. You punch them in the face. They're knocked out, Make the first intro incredibly simple, incredibly basic, and incredibly engaging, and then bore them with the humdrum math and mechanics later on. But never start with that.
That's exactly how you got me into it, because, spoiler alert, I guess, or maybe not spoiler, but just, you got me into D&D. I remember very vividly, you were like, hey, have you ever played D&D? And I'm like, why would I play that nerd game for nerds? Like, I'm not a nerd. And then you're like, no, it's actually not for nerds. It's actually really fun. Do you, insert any game here, like Fallout or Skyrim? It's literally that, but you do the math. And I'm like, I don't like math. I'm dumb. And you're like, no. It's literally... you do this, and you're like, you want to punch this guy, right? It's like, yeah, I don't like him. Okay, do it. Roll for it. And that's like, oh, well, that's pretty enjoyable. Yeah, I have a very vivid memory of you guys teaching me a D&D, from me going like, this is a nerd game for nerds, to being like, oh, this is literally a board game that I play every single day with like Fallout or Skyrim. It's literally that, but just a game.
Absolutely. All right, see you folks. Someday a party will check off every hex on the Chult map. That's going to be a long and tall order. I am not going to go easy, but I will not make it impossible. Yes, never make anything impossible, because that's boring. I love Joe Manganiello's joke about, of course I want to kill the PCs. Why do you think I brought them that dragon out? And that's so rewarding when you tell your players, oh yeah, like, I'm not taking it easy on you. And then they band together and they're like, oh yeah, we're going to screw you. We're going to face this challenge head on. This is going to be great. Like, that's such a great feeling when the whole table comes together for the ultimate goal of satisfaction. TOA, yeah, actually I was a player that had 100% player success rate in the dungeon. We nearly lost every player at least once. Yeah, sometimes PCs die. That's the nature of it. I have never played in a mod. I want to, but all the DMs I have tried to play with have been pay to play. So, pay to play is obviously a bit of a, not necessarily like, what do you call that thing? It's not controversial, I would say, but it's definitely like something that some people talk about. I personally have ran games for money. I've been a paid DM. And I'm here to tell you, I think that's good. And the reason for that is because if you pay for a game, there is a much more healthier mindset into utilizing the time available and appreciating the efforts of the DM. While, yes, everyone at the table, the DM and the players, all contribute and they all put in work, it is no secret that the DM typically, and should, put in more work than the players. If you have a DM that puts in a lot of work to make a great game, that costs time. And also, very importantly, it's an acquired skill. They essentially went to the College of D&D, right? If you've got a good DM, right? You got a good DM. They've been DMing for years. They've DM'd for a lot of people. That's a lot of experience right there. And then, let's say, they go to run a game. And let's say, for, the sake of argument here, they run a 4-hour game once a week. Now, you're basically showing up for those 4 hours, and that DM has your full undivided attention for those 4 hours. but then also take into consideration they are taking time out of those 4 hours to prep. Now, how much prep there is, it entirely depends on the individual campaign, of course. Maybe it is 30 minutes, maybe it's 4 hours, maybe it's even more. Depending on the level of intricacy that they're doing. Are they setting up macros? Are they making tokens? Are they making maps? Are they literally storyboarding out the adventure? Are they drawing up hooks? Are they going to each individual person and doing all this fun stuff? A DM does a lot, and I think it's perfectly fine and fair for a DM to be paid for their efforts. Now, not everyone wants to pay for the DM, and that's perfectly fine. You can find plenty of free DMs everywhere. But you get what you pay for sometimes. Sometimes you show up to a game and it just ain't it, Chief. We didn't have too many easy moments. We did truly almost lose several times, but one player turned to stone. Heck yeah. 4 T-Rex or the Boule, or those 8 Nabogu, or however they were spelled, beg to differ. So, yeah, that was definitely at that time in the frontier where it was like, okay, like, they're just trying to kill. Like, that's the end of the story. They're just trying to murder. And the PCs responded. The PCs fought back. They killed those T-Rexes. They would eventually be able to take on the Boules. And the Nabogu, they killed them to the last. Hi, Trevor. A cool live stream idea. It's funny. Fred, I literally was talking about this last week with some of my people in this Discord. And then freaking Steely Sam did his video yesterday, so now I look like I'm following his trend, which I kind of am, but at the same time I'm kind of not. So, whatever. It's a really great way to engage with people. Really great way. If players pay for the game, they are more likely to pay attention and be literally invested in the story. Yeah, that's another thing too. Is if I've been running a ton of one shots. I've been running a ton of one shots, and what that means is because I'm running a bunch of one shots for my community, anyone can sign up and anyone can show up and anyone can do whatever because it's all free. And what ends up happening is a bunch of people sign up, and then people don't show up. And then not everyone that shows up is really, there. You know what I'm saying? Not everyone that shows up to all of these one-shots has been fully participating or paying attention or, receptive of the other players at the table. And that's essentially on me because I don't put up any sort of gate to prevent that from happening, right? That is on me. If I did say, hey, like I'm running paid games, you have to spend money to show up to my games, then the people that do pay for it, I truly do believe that they would have a certain modicum of, respect and whatnot. But once again, because I'm not charging, is what it is. That's rude. No, it's not. So, so you're saying no, it's not too specifically, like, that's on me. What I mean by it's on me is I'm facilitating that to happen, right? Like, I'm creating an environment where people can do that. Like, I could easily create an environment where people can not, kind of, like, ditch me or not pay attention as much. I could create that environment. But it's on me in the sense that I didn't create that environment because I didn't gate it off, or I didn't, say I'll kick you out of the Discord if you don't pay attention to my game, or whatever the case may be. So while it is on me in the sense that I don't create that environment, I don't care, right? If people don't want to show up, that's fine. If people don't want to invest heavily into the adventure at hand that they're part of, then that's fine. It is what it is. How long have I been going? I have been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I'll tell you what. I should be hopping off here. So I'll be hopping off in 10 minutes. So if you have any more burning questions, comments, concerns, gripes, complaints, moans, grievances, or anything that you wish to air, tell me now. Join the Discord if you haven't already. If you want to hop in the voice and ask me away in person, or you can voice in, you can comment there in chat. Entirely fine, entirely up to you. Because I want to hear it. Once again, that's why I created this whole channel in the first place, because I wanted to help people. I make all these module guides, and I make all these, DM, whatever the frick else. I do these things. How's it going, fireman? This is No Fun Allowed on Sending Stone. Go ahead and send it.
I honestly didn't really have a plan, but you're ending your stream soon, so I must find something.
Well, this is good work for your improv, which is needed for D&D.
Yes. When a person finds love, they must also bear hatred.
Wise words. So do you have any burning...
Can you hear the dogs?
Yes.
No. Can you hear the dogs barking
No.
in the background?
I do not hear the dog barking.
Good. Okay, that's really all.
So do you have any burning questions, comments?
What's your favorite mod you've ever played?
My
I
favorite...
don't know if you actually already answered this.
My favorite 5e module will be Tomb of Annihilation, for sure.
Okay.
Now, favorite module
Then
overall,
that's
that's a
really
little bit different, because I've ran modules that are not
Oh.
5e, but...
Nice. Okay. That's really all.
Anything else? Never mind. He's gone. 420! What's the best use of an immovable rod that you've ever seen or thought up? It's funny. I've actually, on multiple occasions, I've given my groups multiple rods, and, like, they always either break them or, like, lose them. Like, every single time. It's so hilarious how that always ends up happening. Immovable rods just end up not being the play for any group that, like, and mind you, not on my part, not being malicious or anything, but just purely based off of, like, the situations at hand. They always, like, kind of, like, screw it up or whatever. It's kind of funny. So, I personally, I genuinely haven't seen, like, great use from an immovable rod. Every time I've ever given it to a party, they kind of just mess it up somehow. I mean, I know what you guys mean, but all my pay-to-plays have been kind of bad. I tried one, but the DM took my money and then canceled the game. I'm willing to pay for the great DM, but I don't want to get scammed again. Yeah, so I think there needs to be like a common ground of... I personally would not show up to a person that I don't know at all whatsoever, right? So first things first, I wouldn't go to like some random people and be like, oh, hey... I'll play with you. Here's your money. No. I would have to at least have, like, heard of them to some degree, or maybe I've got an acquaintance of them, or maybe just something, right? So first things first, yeah, one, I would want to at least know of the, if not know, that person. And then secondly, I would never, ever, 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 ever trust a DM that didn't give out like a free session or two. Because, yeah, you know, harkening back to, oh yeah, time and money and blah, 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 this and that. But that what I also need to harken back on is not all DMs go with all players. There's just some DMs that are just not suitable for certain players because there's certain DMing styles and because there's certain playing styles. So to that degree, I wholly endorse that you get at least one freebie session, at least one, to at least get a feel for the kind of DM that the DM is. And if they're not willing to give a free session, I think that in itself is somewhat of a red flag. me personally speaking. I might be calling out some paid DMs here and there, but I just feel like I wouldn't trust hopping into a game fully blind. So I would strongly recommend those two. One, at least have known of them or know them, and two, get that freebie session to figure out, okay, like, do I actually like this kind of DMing style, or is this going to work out well? Do they actually know what they're doing? Because I'm sure, so I don't know how much you spent on this DM, but it sucks to hear that you got scammed, essentially. Like, that sounds really shitty. Oh, I've got an answer for that. Oh my goodness. All in all, this was a great stream. I had, in total, 194 unique viewers, I believe. Or maybe that says, like, return viewers as well. I don't know. But I had a lot of people hopping in and out. Got a lot of good questions in here. Got to talk to a lot of people. I got donated some money as well. That's really, really cool. Okay, players fighting a giant lightning boar. Once ready the action to activate the rod and waited for the boar to charge. Rod went through the boar and I improvised a fair amount of damage. Cool. Is there a place for pay DM where you can read about them and previous players have rated the DM? Yes. Let me go ahead and pull that up. There's multiple websites, but the one big one is oh my gosh, why am I blanking on it? Start playing. Here we go. Start playing. I'll go ahead and link it now. There is a lot of things there. So basically on Start Playing, you can like literally look at DMs and you can see how much they're charging and maybe their experience and maybe like some testimonials from customers and whatnot. So there is that. I personally have done paid DMing, but I haven't done paid DMing through Start Playing. I've only done it through like acquaintances, so I can't really vouch for the integrity of the site. But I hear it's good. $200 for 5 sessions of Prince of the Apocalypse, $50 per session. Now let me ask you this: was this $50 per session per player, or was this for the whole party? Because if it's $50 per session for the whole party of presumably 4 players, then I think that's kind of fair. In fact, I think kind of more than fair, depending on how much they're charging. But if it's $50 per player, then that is absolutely a no-go at this station. Absolutely not. Oh, wow, you're still live? Did the live stream go? How did the live stream go? It went well. Got a lot of people in. Got a lot of unique people. And got a lot of people to talk. Answered a lot of great questions, and we've covered a lot. I am going to be per player, $50 per player. Absolutely not. Unless that DM is literally God incarnate, there is no way I would ever endorse $50 per session per player. Absolutely not. And I promise you, that person, whoever they are, like that sounds like a scam. That absolutely sounds like a scam. I absolutely cannot imagine what a DM would have to do to warrant $50. Now, for transparency's sake, me being a paid DM, I have charged anywhere between $15 to $20 per player per session. But once again, that harkens back into the whole, 4 hours plus, however many hours spent in between, and actually, and that also for 4 people. Yeah, that is, oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could think of hiring out or a DM being $50 is if it was an event, specifically if it was at Rent-A-Castle or you're at a physical location. Online, there are no online tools that could warrant that. Absolutely none. He had a super setup and rented out tables. I only did this because my friend recommended. It sounded like your friend is in on the Ponzi scheme here. Golly. Rent out tablets, not tables. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so it sounds like this was in person then, is what it sounds like. I am trying to think. Because so right off the bat, literally, there's no online tools at all whatsoever that could ever warrant $50. But in person, I could see $50 being a thing if they were specifically it's a special event. Yeah, I think that I think that's just a bad person. Yes, at their house. I did honestly that sounds sketchy to me. I wouldn't want to show up to some person's house with a whole bunch of money in hand. Thanks for stream. I'll make sure to join one of your games in the near future. Yeah, so I'm going to be posting a whole bunch of I'm going to be posting up fairly soon here my next set of Summer of No Fun one-shots. So feel free to join in on those if you haven't already. Join in on the Discord. Let me grab a link-a-ronies for that. Join in on the Discord. Join in on the fun times. Yes, at their house. Yeah, for $50 player, I would need the mist to take me to Ravenloft. Pretty much, right? Yeah, so with that was a good stream. 4.5 hours. My goodness, that was good. But we got a lot of great questions in. We answered a lot of great stuff. We talked about some fun things. We talked about some not fun things. But we did talk about a lot of great things, all in all. So got a bunch of people in the Discord. Got to talk to a lot of you guys. Got to just enjoy y'all's company. This was a blast. Thank you so very much. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. For all the people who, donated. I got some donations. That was fan-frickin-tastic because donations are frickin' awesome. In addition to that, I also have a Patreon. If you are willing to, continue to support me on Patreon, that is a great thing to do for me. And also, I regularly put out content as well. I put out maps and whatnot. I haven't been putting out anything, sadly, in the past month because I've been too busy with the Summer of No Fun. But I do, in fact, have. I do plan on posting up more content soon. So with that, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find it, yeah.
You're the best.
Does that work? So hard to computer sometimes, let me tell you. Yep. Nope, that link is broken. Of course. How the frick do I get a link to my Patreon? I don't how do I technology? How do I do it? I don't know. How is there not just a simple share button? Is there not a? Oh, there it is. No, that's not a share button. What in the world? How is that? How is there not a share button? Whatever. You all know what's up. You all know what's up. Thank you so very much for watching, everybody. Thank you all for listening. Thank you to my amazing patrons. Thank you for the donators. Thank you for the watchers. Thank you for the listeners. Thank you for the lurkers. Thank you for the people that joined in. Thank you, everybody, one and all. You guys are absolutely fan-frickin-tastic. Thank you so very much for watching. And I cannot wait to see you all next time. See ya!